afternoon. I call to order today's meeting of the Boston City Council. Viewers can watch the council meeting live on YouTube at boston.gov/city-council-TV. At this time, I ask my colleagues and those in the audience to please silence their cell phones and electronic devices. Also, pursuant to Rule 42, I remind all in this chamber that no demonstration of approval or disapproval from members of the public will be permitted. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll to ascertain the presence of a quorum?
Councilor Braden. Here. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor Durkin. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor Fitzgerald. Here. Councilor Flynn. Here. Councilor Louisiane.
Here.
Councilor Mejia. Here. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Pepin. Councilor Santana. Councilor Weber. Here. And Councilor Worrell. A quorum is present.
Thank you. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present.
And Councilor
Now,
Sharon.
okay, and Councilor Durkin is present. I've been informed by the clerk that a quorum is present. Now it is my pleasure to introduce this week's clergy, Pastor Bruce Wall, invited by Councilor Flynn. After the invocation, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm honored to introduce someone that I've known for 40 years in this city and his contributions to Boston, and that is Pastor Bruce Wall. And I wanted to invite Pastor Bruce Wall to the City Council to give this prayer, not just because of the respect I have for him and his wife, Pastor Karen. Pastor Hobbs is with us here as well, and Minister Priscilla. But many of you may not know, but during the difficult times in the city in the 1980s, Pastor Bruce organized crime watch groups, Drop a Dime, working with the community, supporting the elderly, literally walking little kids to school during violent times in the city. At one time, I remember, there was an apartment on Lyndhurst Street, which is off of Washington Street towards Codman Square. And this apartment was selling drugs there, but Pastor Bruce literally lived next door to it, got himself an apartment there so he could escort kids to school, so he could help the elderly go to their medical appointments. And fast forward, Pastor Bruce continues to do that work in our community. He has a wonderful radio program, as we all know, 102.9, which is Praise Radio. And that program provides exceptional support to persons with disabilities, our seniors. They also do outreach to our returning citizens. Pastor Hobbs, they do a lot of work in that field. They do a lot of work in working with police officers of color as well. But Pastor Bruce and Pastor Karen and the entire team, they continue to give back. They continue to make the city what it is, and we're thankful for them. And during these difficult times when we see a lot of cuts from the federal government, we know that we have someone that continues to advocate for Boston and the residents in an effective way, but also doing tremendous outreach to people in need. And that's what Pastor Bruce Wall is all about, and that's what his church is all about, Global Ministries Christian Church. At this time, I would like to ask Pastor Bruce Wall, who's also the manager of this 102.9, the only black-owned radio station, really, in Greater Boston, I'd like to ask him to open up this City Council with a prayer. Pastor Wall.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. I've been asked to pray, so let's pray. Gracious and loving God, we come before you this day with hearts full of gratitude and humility. Thank you for the blessings of community, for the privilege of serving one another, and for the sacred trust you have placed in us to steward the well-being of our city. We lift up before you the Boston City Council, the leaders gathered here today, and all who labor tirelessly for the good of the city. Grant them wisdom beyond measure, clarity of mind, and courage of heart. May their decisions reflect justice, compassion, and a deep commitment to the dignity of every resident. In this chamber, where voices are raised and choices are made, let truth prevail and division be bridged. Guide each council member to see not only the challenges, but also the opportunities, not only the differences, but also the shared hopes that bind us as one people. As we entrust this meeting and its proceedings to your care, we ask for your presence to dwell in this place. May your guidance and grace shine through each decision made and each action taken. For it's in your name that we pray, and we all say, Amen. Amen. God bless you.
We'll now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Councilor Finn, and thank you to Pastor Wall for being here with us and for all the work that you do in Dorchester and throughout our city. And thank you to Pastor Franklin Hobbs for the work that you do healing our land with our brothers and sisters behind the wall. We just appreciate you for all that you do. And Minister Priscilla Flint Banks for all the work that you do for our city and our young people in civics. So thank you for being with us today. We have one presentation for today from Councilor Mejia, recognizing Perfect 10 Unisex Salon. So Councilor Mejia, you have the floor and 5 minutes. Thank you.
I feel like we need theme music, right?
Theme music, yeah. Well, I know I'm excited to party with the entire family here, and I know Councilor Weber is. I know this is in his district, and so we can have some.
That's right. Councilor Weber, come up here. This is your district. That's what I do. I share space. Let's give it up for District 6, Councilor Weber. West Roxbury's in the building. Come on. Look at y'all. Y'all excited? That's right. Okay. Councilor Weber's like, who is this clown? It's me. Okay. So today I rise with joy and pride to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Perfect 10 Unisex Salon, located in the heart of West Roxbury. And you need to understand what that means. This is a Black-owned salon thriving in West Roxbury, y'all. This isn't just a salon, it is a sanctuary, a safe haven. A place where beauty and community intersects, where people walk in for a haircut and leave feeling seen, celebrated, and empowered. And if y'all not following this salon on TikTok and Instagram, you're missing out, y'all. Perfect 10 was founded by the fierce and fabulous Kanessa A. Alexander, an entrepreneur with a vision far bigger than business. From day one, Kanessa set out to do more than just style hair. She built a space that honors natural textured beauty, uplifts her clients with confidence, and pours love into every single interaction. And I'm not just a fan, I am a client. I have been there and done that, and I have seen the transformation of what it looks like to be poured into. So thank you for that. She made Perfect 10 a place where culture, identity, and excellence are embraced with pride for a decade. This salon has been a home for mentorship, small business empowerment, and meaningful conversations. Under Kanessa's leadership, Perfect 10 became a certified as a minority business enterprise, a women business enterprise, and a small local business enterprise, showing us that with vision and perseverance, anything is possible to thrive while uplifting others and building more inclusive economy. And just so you all know, also, year after year, the best of Boston, like written up in the Boston Globe, like you are legendary. So today, we say thank you to you. Thank you to Canessa, to her entire team, and to everyone who's ever walked through those doors and have felt their magic. And just so you know, we are declaring, y'all run dermo. This resolution is not only celebrating your work, this is celebrating the 10th anniversary of Perfect 10 and recognizing April the 4th, 2025 as Perfect 10 Day here in the city of Boston. That's right, that's right. Oh, you better come down here. That's right, Canessa. 3 Music. Well, you want to say something real quick while she comes down?
Yeah, clearly I need some help from Perfect 10, but it's wonderful to have Perfect 10 in West Roxbury. Just over the weekend, my office honored Danya Arepa for being a year in business. In JP, it's a woman-owned business. Obviously, we need to support businesses like Perfect 10, and I know. I certainly do, and everyone in West Roxbury is happy that it's thrived for a decade, and here's to many more years. Thank you.
Yes, everyone come.
You got the floor.
Okay.
Yes, grab that floor.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the City of Boston and everyone who supports Perfect 10. If there's any other entrepreneurs in the room, then you know this is a journey. And once it begins, well, right now it seems it never really ends. There's always those small fires that you have to put out all the time. And it's really work from the heart that's done. I want to thank my team. This is like my team in the salon, team outside of the salon, my parents, my children, my partner in crime, and then the stylist that show up every day to pour into the clients that we have. And it is really more than just physical transformations that happen in Perfect 10. We cry with clients. Your stylist a lot of times are your unofficial therapist. But we see the highs and lows of the people that are in the city and in Boston, and we experience those highs and lows. We're the news center for real. We discuss the things that are happening within the city and how it affects the community that we serve, and we truly do serve the community, not just with our hair transformations, but just overall the transformations that happen, and we do it together as a community. So I think my community behind me that constantly lifts me up when this work gets very heavy. But it's work that I know I'm here to do, and I do it proudly, and will do it until I can't do it anymore.
So you know how it goes, colleagues. Come on, photo op. Let's go. Let's take a quick photo here. Wait. We're going to print it out in paper, but for now.
Okay.
We good? Everyone has a window?
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm going to make it prettier for the
Okay, yes.
Come to her party. We're going to do it.
Congratulations.
Was it on Broadway?
it on Broadway? Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Canessa. Thank you to Councilor Mejia for honoring Canessa and Perfect 10. We'll be there on Friday. Maybe you can give Councilor Weber a blowout on Friday. I think that would look good on him. Some extensions, a silk press, many options, okay? He said he needed help, okay. All right, thank you to the entire family and crew and staffers for being here and all you do in our city. Mr. Clerk, could you please amend the record to reflect that Councilors Coletta Zapata, Fernandes Anderson, Pepin, Santana, and Worrell are now present and with us. Thank you. We are now on to the first order of business, which is the approval of the minutes from the meeting of March 19th, 2025. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The minutes of the March 5th meeting are approved. We are now on to communications from Her Honor the Mayor. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0719 and 0720?
Docket number 0719, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an amount of $20 million in the form of a grant for the Raise Roxbury Resilient Grant awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, passed through the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, to be administered by the Transportation Department. The grant will fund a project to reconstruct and upgrade 3 corridors in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston. Docket number 0720, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $9 million in the form of a grant for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, to be administered by the Transportation Department. The grant will fund safety design and construction in intersections to employ low-cost, high-impact strategies through a safety and equity lens for complete streets. The principal safety issue addressed are speeding, pedestrian crashes, as well as visibility issues.
Thank you. Dockets number 0719 and 0720 will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0721?
Docket number 0721, message in order for your approval that will authorize the reassignment of the Community Preservation Act funding for the Charlestown Peace Park to the Boston Planning and Development Agency, also known as BPDA.
Thank you. Docket number 0721 will be referred to the Committee on the Community Preservation Act. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0722?
Docket number 0722, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $12,881 in the form of a grant for the Jobs for Veterans State Grant awarded by the United States Department of Labor, passed through the United States Department of Labor, passed through the Mass Hire Department of Career Services, to be administered by the Office of Workforce Development. The grant will fund enhanced employment services for eligible veterans, prioritizing disabled veterans and those facing significant barriers to employment, with the goal of improving their job search outcomes and economic self-sufficiency.
Thank you. This docket will be referred to the Committee on Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0723? Oh. The Chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. What is your point of order?
My point of order, Madam Chair, is on that docket. I'd like to respectfully ask it be placed in my committee, Veterans and Military Families. It has significant aspects to veterans, disabled veterans. I understand these programs as well as anyone in the city, especially issues impacting disabled veterans. I'd like to respectfully ask reconsideration so it would be placed in my committee.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Your point of order is taken. Before I rule on the point of order, Councilor Fernandes Anderson, is your light on this issue? No? Okay. Most of these grants, and Councilor Weber has done a great job of holding hearings for most of these grants. They have always been put in the Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development Committee, but I understand the importance of this issue and these grants specifically for you and your committee, although these are going through Labor and Economic, the Office of Workforce Development, and these grants usually are all placed in Councilor Weber's committee, which is Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development, I will place them in your committee. So, Mr. Clerk, could you please place docket number 0722, which is usually and traditionally placed in Labor, Workforce, and Economic Development. If you could place it in military, and let me get the, in Veterans, Military Families, and Military Affairs.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, is that a point of order? Point of clarification, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson?
Thank you, Madam President. Just asking if I'd like to put a motion to reconsider to go back to docket 0719, 0720. Asking, the clarification is, would you prefer that I do that later or now?
It's a clarification.
Asking you for clarification, what would you prefer in terms of me doing that now or coming back to revisit later?
They were placed in committee, but you can speak on it.
Thank you. A motion to revisit or reconsider docket 0719 and 0720. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, through you, Madam President, I would like to ask the chair if she would consider asking to suspend and pass today for both of these dockets. I know this project thoroughly and have been working over about a year with the department with the administration in order to figure out proper community engagement, assessing, and as well as programmatic or considerations for RFIs for this project. I'm happy to describe here to my colleagues all about the project, and I was just through you again, if the chair would consider asking for a suspension pass.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. I will allow Councilor Durkin to speak on whether she's going to seek that, and if not, we'll move on. And but if she does seek to speak it, then you can speak again. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. On docket 0719, we have had a hearing regarding a similar docket in the Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee last year. I would be open to moving for a suspend and pass, knowing that something that's brought up on the floor today, I need unanimous consent. So if I have unanimous consent from my colleagues to pass 0719, I'm happy to push for a suspend and pass today. Thank you.
On both dockets, 0719 and 0720?
On both dockets. I actually have hosted a hearing on 0720, a similar grant in the past as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, if you could could you please read those two dockets to the record again, and then I'll call on you, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson.
Docket number 0719, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $20 million in the form of a grant for the RAISE Roxbury Resilience Grant awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, passed through the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, to be administered by the Transportation Department. The grant will fund a project to reconstruct and upgrade 3 corridors in the Roxbury neighborhood of Boston. And docket number 0720, message and order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend the amount of $9 million in the form of a grant for the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant program awarded by the United States Department of Transportation, to be administered by the Transportation Department. The grant will fund safety design and construction in intersections to employ low-cost, high-impact strategies through a safety and equity lens for complete streets. The principal safety issue addressed are speeding, pedestrian crashes, as well as visibility issues.
Thank you. Okay, now the chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. So just to clarify, this docket was placed in committee. There was a motion for it to be to reconsider placement in committee. It was seconded. The chair has stated that she will move for suspension and passage. Yes. The chair is moving for suspension and passage. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for indulging me in speaking on this. Specifically, first, docket 0719. Over the last year or so, I've been working with the Department of Transportation. My office have been meeting with different groups that they have either contracted or been working with in terms of creating a robust community engagement process. This grant specifically is to renovate and beautify the Malcolm X Boulevard, Dudley Street, as well as Warren. And this would not only provide more traffic safety roadways, but as well as beautification. So this includes trees and other types of art installations, possibly connecting with the art corridor in Roxbury. So having a beautiful street, already repaved roadways and sidewalks would, of course, amplify the next steps for the art corridor. So I'm asking my colleagues to specifically support docket 0719. And the reason why docket 0720 would be contingent is because then it would create more opportunities for those safety, or at least traffic safety development projects that we need in order to complete the full project. So I really appreciate you all, and if you have any questions, happy to respond today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fernandez Anderson. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you to Councilor Fernandez Anderson for your brief explanation. I am requesting if we could take a recess. $29 million is a lot, and I would like to print out both dockets. I've only read the summary that has been read into the record because I did believe it would be placed into committee. So if my colleagues would indulge a few-minute recess so that we could read through, because I appreciate your willingness to answer questions, but I don't know what questions to ask yet. So could we get that recess?
10 minutes?
10 is fine.
Okay, it's 12:33. We are on a 10-minute recess until 12:43.
Should we request that central staff print them out, or do our colleagues also want to see them, or should I just go to my office and read them?
I think whatever people need to do, you should do. Yeah.
So you will not be getting copies for all of us?
We're in recess. I mean, if central staff wants to, they.
No, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure my colleagues have what they need also.
Yeah, thanks. Recess is ended. We are back in session. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I am so excited about both of these grants. I know that they're going to do a lot of good in the city, and I know that I think we all know that getting resources from the United States Department of Transportation may not happen in future years. So I'm so excited. I think 0719, I believe. I would like to push for a suspend and pass today. I know I previously said I'd like to push for a suspend and pass on 0720. I'd like to withdraw that. I don't have enough information. And I do want to share that on both of these dockets, I asked for information ahead of the meeting and did not get that, and that's why we had to do a recess. So I do appreciate, I think, this is just a note to the administration. When any committee chair asks for information, they should get it prior to the meeting, whether or not you think it's going to be suspended or passed or not. I think Councilor Murphy asking for more information is completely warranted. We all have a job to do to make sure that money on our streets is spent the way that we think it should be spent. I want to thank Councilor Flynn for his often advocacy on that respect as well. I think as the committee chair of this committee, I care about all councilors. I also care about district councilors getting the answers they need. So that is why on 0720, we will do a hearing. On 0719, I just want to share a little more information. So the RAISE grant for Roxbury, this fundamentally gives us the opportunity to work with community in Roxbury to see their vision around 3 corridors: Melnia Cass Boulevard, Warren Street, and Malcolm X Boulevard. These are obviously incredibly important corridors in the city of Boston, and I think Councilor Anderson would tell us that's the heart of Boston. We all have different opinions of where the heart of our districts are, but we all know that Roxbury is incredibly important to the city, and that these 3 corridors could run more effectively and efficiently. So I just want to say thank you, Councilor Anderson, for pushing for this, and I will be pushing for a suspend and pass today on 0719. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. So 0719 is still before the body. Docket number 0720 will be referred, as it initially was, to the Planning, Development, and Transportation Committee. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like request a reconsideration.
Yes. Can we hold on? I think you're talking, are you speaking on docket number 0719 or 0720? No. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to object to suspension and pass of these dockets. I think people know what my position is, that we should have a public hearing to learn about a particular grant, how it impacts the city, how it impacts neighborhoods, especially district city councils really want to know those types of details and communicate effectively with their constituents, especially in the impacted area. Again, I'm not going to object to it, but I think going forward, it's important that we do have hearings, public hearings, so our constituents know exactly what impact these funds will have. But again, I'm not going to object. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, again, only one docket is before the body, and that's docket number 0719. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a brief on the background per our city's website. The Roxbury Resilient Corridors project essentially being assisted by this funding from the Department of Transportation, Federal Transit Administration, in compliance with 49 CFR Part 26, participation by disadvantaged business enterprises in Department of Transportation Financial Assistance programs. And the background here is that Roxbury, being the vibrant neighborhood with a thriving, resilient residential community and busy small businesses, the neighborhood has a rich history of community activism and many cultural institutions. So an RFP was actually put out back in 2024, to be specific, February 19, 2024. Then Rivera Consulting, Inc. Was contracted to execute. Essentially, there's a breakdown on the website of everyone included within this consulting company. They also contracted another company, which the name escapes me right now, which specifically prioritizes Black and brown neighborhoods or disenfranchised neighborhoods to include community voice and community vision. So I thought that was really great. They came to my office. We worked together on understanding the background and the work that's already taking place, the work that my office has in collaboration with universities, doing all the data science, understanding the needs and the gaps in the district, so that they can incorporate that into the vision. And then they will be starting a community process, and this will be led by Rivera Consulting, Inc., of course. So here, you have more information on the website, and I encourage you all to go to it, and I do appreciate that everyone here is in support of Roxbury, the heart of Boston. All roads lead to Roxbury, and we know that physically it's the heart. But no pettiness here. We are going to hopefully vote to support it. Again, I did miss Melnia Cass, so imagine Melnia Cass being more of a, parts of it being more walkable and parts of it, the transportation being more safer. With the Boston Water and Sewer parcel being redeveloped into housing, senior homes and affordable housing there, there'll be commercial ground levels storefronts that will go into that area as well. So more walkable, more green, preserving the trees that are already there. And then connecting to Dudley Street, coming into Dudley, and of course Malcolm X Boulevard and Warren are all sort of this artery that we, as you know, I created, and you helped, you passed here on the floor to beautify and enhance our business corridors, adding more foot traffic, more safety, and hopefully boosting the economy in Roxbury. So in advance, I appreciate your vote today to supporting Roxbury. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on docket number 0719? Okay. Councilor Durkin, the chair of the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, suspension and passage of docket number 0719. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0719. Councilor Braden.
Yes.
Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata.
Yes.
Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin.
Yes.
Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councilor Fitzgerald, yes. Councilor Flynn.
Yes.
Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Louisiana.
Yes.
Councilor Louisiana, yes. Councilor Mejia.
Yes.
Councilor Mejia, yes. Councilor Murphy.
Yes.
Councilor Murphy, yes. Councilor Pepin.
Yes.
Councilor Pepin, yes. Councilor Santana.
Yes.
Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber.
Yes.
Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell.
Yes.
Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0719 has received a unanimous vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0719 has passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like for us to revisit and reconsider docket number 0721. It was originally placed into my Community Preservation Committee, but I would like to ask for it to be reconsidered.
Okay, you're putting a motion to reconsider on the floor. Is it seconded? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. This docket is reconsidered as, in committee. Docket number 0721. You as the chair of the Community Preservation Act. Councilor Pepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to yield my time to the District 1 City Councilor, Gabriela Coletta.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank the chair as well for reconsidering it. This Peace Park is in Charlestown. It hosts our race and equity dialogues every month with the Turn It Around Coalition. It is a beautiful park meant for reflection. There are many They're stones, actually, that folks had created and wrote names of folks who have lost their lives to substance use disorder, and so it has a special meaning in the Charlestown community, and especially so in that area of Charlestown. Originally, this park was owned by MassDOT. It's a long history. They got CPA funding in the at the $500,000 level. The Charlestown Preservation Society was able to fund a design portion of the project. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, they were unable to continue the construction of this project. We found ourselves at a gap largely because this parcel requires irrigation and a fountain to make sure that we are watering all the plants and beautiful things that we intend to put there. And in a moment of innovation at folks or from folks from the BPDA and folks in the Treasury office, there was a switch to ensure that this parcel would go from MassDOT to BPDA so that the construction can commence. And we just proudly allocated over $400,000 from the Charlestown Impact Fund, which is paid for by casino mitigation funds, to help with the construction of this project. So passing this expeditiously would help get that up and running. So I thank you for your consideration, and I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. Would anyone else like to speak on this docket? So, Councilor Pippen, if I'm correct, you're moving for suspension and passage of docket number 0721. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket has passed. We are now on to docket 0723. Can you please state your point of order?
Sure, just the wording, is it still being passed on to the Planning Development Agency, or is it going to be passed on to the Planning Development Department?
Okay, that is a point of clarification.
Just want to make sure before we move on, thank you.
If Councilor Coletta Zapata, if you'd like to provide some clarity on that, you may.
Yes, it's going to the BPDA so that they can administer the funds and take on the facilitation of construction.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0723?
Docket number 0723. Message in order authorizing the City of Boston to accept and expend an in-kind contribution of 1,200 snack packs valued at $3,000 donated by Visit.org. The purpose of this donation is to provide shelf-stable snack packs to be distributed across Boston centers for youth and families, sites during the school year programming and or to start the summer.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm rising to ask my colleagues to suspend and pass. Anytime kids, 1,200 snacks for kids are always important, so I would like to make sure that we can get this to our BCYF centers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension of passage of docket number 0723. First, would anyone like to speak on this docket? No? Okay. Councilor Murphy seeks suspension and passage of docket number 0723. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. I'd also like to note for the record that we have in chambers with us former Representative, State Representative Dan Cullinane. Thank you for being with us here today. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0724? Oh, and docket number 025 as well.
Docket number 0724, message in order for your approval. In order authorizing the collector treasurer to enter into a contract under the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F, by and between the City of Boston and citizens for the provision of banking services as more fully described in the attached form of compensating balance agreement. Docket number 0725, message in order for your approval. In order authorizing the collector treasurer to enter into a contract under the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53F, by and between the City of Boston and J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A., for the provision of banking services.
Thank you. Dockets number 0724 and 0725 will be referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. Mr. Clerk, would you please read dockets number 0726 through 0732?
Docket number 0726, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Thomas High as a prime member of the Back Bay Architectural District Commission for a term expiring December 31st, 2028. Docket number 0727, message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Lisa Tharp as a primary member of the Back Bay Architectural District Commission for a term expiring December 31st, 2028. Docket number 0728, message in order for your confirmation of the reappointment of Ellen Moore as an alternate member of the Mission Hill Triangle Architectural Conservation District Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2026. Docket number 0729, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Katie Genovese as a member of the Mission Hill Triangle Architectural Conservation District Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2026. Docket number 0730, message in order for the confirmation of the appointment of Gary Walling as a member of the Mission Hill Triangle Architectural Conservation District Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2025. Docket number 0731, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Patricia Tong-Drowles as an alternate member of the Mission Hill Triangle Architectural Conservation District Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2025. And docket number 0732, message in order for the confirmation of the reappointment of Hassan Faruqi as a member of the Building Emissions Reduction and Disclosure Ordinance Review Board for a term expiring March 19, 2026.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to push for the suspension and passage of 0726 and 0727. The reason being that the Back Bay Architectural District Commission is set up through enabling legislation where the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay is able to pick their representatives that they choose to sit on the Neighborhood Association. Sit as representatives of the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay on the Back Bay Architectural Commission. These two members are highly qualified. 0726, Thomas High is a current member of the Back Bay Architectural Commission, and 0727, Lisa Tharp is replacing a member who passed away. They often have issues with quorum, and it's a very lively and important district commission in our city. Actually, Beacon Hill and Back Bay were two districts that were set up through enabling legislation before the city had a process to set up conservation district commissions. So I would say that these are two of the most important landmark designation districts in the entire city. So would like to push for those two to be suspended and passed today with your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Councilor Durkin, just for clarity, you're seeking suspension and passage of dockets number 0726 and 0727, but not of the remaining. So the remaining will be referred to committee. So Mr. Clerk, could you please, dockets number 0728 to 0732? So 0728 and 0732, you could refer those to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Okay. And the dockets before the body right now are 0726 and 0727. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on 0727, may I ask the chair a question?
To the chair, you may.
On 0727, and the reason I'm interested in this is I also represent a small part of the Back Bay, and I love the Back Bay as well. Have we had a hearing on Lisa Tharp yet?
To the chair, Councilor Durkin, you may respond.
So my reason for pushing these two is that today is that no, we didn't have a hearing. Lisa Tharp is an interior designer located on Newbury Street. She's incredibly qualified. And I did hear from a longtime NAB member, Sue Prendle, a dear friend of mine, that they are interested in these passing today. And so I received that correspondence from the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay via email prior to this meeting. So in order to represent, I know the civic group that we both often attend, I wanted to do my best to get these passed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, if you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, I do represent the Back Bay along with Councilor Durkin. Have represented the Back Bay for going on 8 years now. Madam Chair, I don't want to object to this, but I want to do some due diligence on my part as the district city councilor for the Back Bay. I want to be respectful to everybody here, but I feel like I have to provide my due diligence for my constituents. I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody, but I would like to ask for a recess so I could at least look at her resume and be comfortable in voting in favor of it, which I'm sure I will vote in favor of it. But I think I need to do my due diligence and at least read the resume of someone that is going to be on an important commission, and I represent that district. I think district councilors would understand my position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. If you'd like to respond to the chair, you may.
I do think if you look at the Back Bay Architectural District, it's actually, I think, 99% in District 8. So, yeah, the Back Bay Architectural District is in District 8. And as the chair of this committee, I do think my recommendation does stand for something, but given that we've already had one recess, 0727, I will not be pushing for a suspend and pass. I just on Thomas High on 0726, and I hope everyone has a great day. No more drama today.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, Councilor Durkin is withdrawing her request as chair to move forward with docket number 0727. So currently before the body is docket number 0726 only. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to be respectful, and I understand it's being withdrawn, but I proudly represent the Back Bay, and I think everybody knows that, and I love the community. I need to do my due diligence in the Back Bay, and I take these issues very seriously. I don't know about 99% that you represent, Councilor Durkin, but I represent a good portion of the Back Bay as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy.
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay, Councilor Durkin seeks suspension and passage of docket number 0726. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read dockets number, and I know this is a marathon, so thank you in advance, Mr. Clerk. Dockets number 0733 to 0764.
Docket number 0733, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Bernard Fitzgerald as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 1st, 2027. Docket number 0734, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Reginald Smalls as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 2nd, 2026. Docket number 0735, notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Omari Perez as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 2nd, 2026. Docket number 0736. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Dufort J. Florissant, also known as Pastor Kiki, as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 1st, 2028. Docket number 0737. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Tanisha De Leon as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 6, 2028. Docket number 0738. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Joshua Dankoff as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 1st, 2027. Docket number 0739. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of E. Peter Alvarez as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 6, 2028. Docket number 0740. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Natalie Carruthers Utley as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 2nd, 2026. Docket number 0741. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Samuel Harold as a member of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 1st, 2027. Docket number 0742. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Samuel Howard as chairperson of the Civilian Review Board for a term expiring January 1st, 2027. Docket number 0743. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Jamaica Hobbs as a member of the Internal Affairs Oversight Panel for a term expiring March 14, 2026. Docket number 0744. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Anthony Fugate as a member of the Internal Affairs Oversight Panel for a term expiring March 14, 2026. Docket number 0745. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Michael Parker as a member of the Boston Conservation Commission for a term expiring November 1st, 2025. Docket number 0746. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Stephen Estes Smargiassi as a member of the Boston Conservation Commission for a term expiring November 1st, 2028. Docket number 0747. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Ann Herbst as a member of the Boston Conservation Commission for a term expiring November 1st, 2025. Docket number 0748. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Michael Wilson as a member of the Boston Conservation Commission for a term expiring November 1st, 2025. Docket number 0749. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Canon Thurvend-Gardner as a member of the Boston Conservation Commission for a term expiring November 1st, 2025. Docket number 0750. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Ermac Turan as a member of the Air Pollution Control Commission for a term expiring January 6, 2028. Docket number 0751. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Eric Berkman as a member of the Air Pollution Control Commission for a term expiring January 6, 2028. Docket number 0752. Notice was received from the mayor of the reappointment of Russell Preston as a member of the Air Pollution Control Commission for a term expiring January 6, 2028. Docket number 0753. Notice was received from the mayor of the appointment of Representative Daniel J. Ryan as a member of the Boston Commemoration Commission, effective immediately. Docket number 0754. Notice was received from Nick Pittman regarding his resignation from the Boston Groundwater Trust. Docket number 0755. Notice was received from Nicholas Arenello, Assessing Commissioner, of the appointment of Liam Burley as an Assistant Treasurer. Docket number 0756. Notice was received from the mayor of her absence from the city on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 at 12 p.m., returning at 10:33 p.m. Docket number 0757. Communication was received from Councilors Aaron Murphy and Ed Flynn regarding a request for information to the Elections Department and Elections Commission dated March 26, 2025. Docket number 0758. Communication was received from Councilors Aaron Murphy and Ed Flynn regarding a letter sent to Secretary of State William F. Galvin dated March 24, 2025. Docket number 0759. Communication was received from Councilor Murphy regarding a statement on the Youth Jobs and Resource Fair incident and call for rescheduling. Docket number 0760. Communications was from Councilor Flynn regarding Department of Housing and Urban Development's Office of Inspector General Audit of the Boston Housing Authority. Docket number 0761. Communications from Councilor Flynn regarding Architectural Access Board's decision on the Ruth Barclay Apartments. Docket number 0762. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979 regarding action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of December 11, 2024. Docket number 0763. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979 regarding action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of March 5, 2025. And docket number 0764. Notice was received from the city clerk in accordance with Chapter 6 of the Ordinances of 1979 regarding action taken by the mayor on papers acted upon by the city council at its meeting of March 19, 2025.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Clerk, for all of that reading. Dockets number 0733 through 0764 will be placed on file. We are now on to reports of committees. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0407?
Docket number 0407, the Committee on Government Operations, to which was referred on February 5th, 2025, docket number 0407. Message in order for your approval. An ordinance for road safety and accountability for delivery providers submits a report recommending that the docket ought to pass in a new draft.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata, the chair of the Committee on Government Operations. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I want to thank all my colleagues for their incredible and robust participation in this process. This is going to be a long one, so I appreciate your patience. I had to get myself ready. I got some water. I blew my nose. I'm coming down with something, so if I have to stop and cough, I apologize. So this docket 0407 is an ordinance that establishes regulations governing the oversight of third-party delivery services within the City of Boston. The ordinance proposes three primary regulations. mandatory registration with the city for large delivery platforms, requirement of insurance coverage to protect individuals involved in accidents with delivery drivers, and obligatory data sharing with the city to facilitate proactive safety and congestion management. Now, before I begin, Madam President, I believe we have to substitute the committee report in the ordinance to reflect a one-word difference. Do I have to make a formal motion for that?
To a one-word difference, we have a new copy before us.
Yeah, so substitute a committee report in ordinance.
So yeah, a motion to substitute.
Yes. So
Is
so moved.
Is that seconded?
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you so much. I forgot to do that. And it really is just a one word but important difference in the definition of third-party delivery provider. It should say 1 million orders per year, not week. It's very important. So that's the substitution, and that's literally all that the difference is. Going back to my committee report, among other definitions, the proposed ordinance defines 5 key terms related to the scope, including third-party delivery operators or operator, third-party delivery order or order, third-party delivery provider, provider, third-party delivery services or services, and third-party delivery vehicle or vehicles. As filed, the ordinance would apply to every third-party delivery provider operating within the city of Boston, excluding small businesses with a number of delivery drivers or other types of deliveries, such as those made by FedEx, UPS, or Amazon, and require they provide insurance covering liability, personal injury, and collision for every third-party operator on any mode of transportation. The proposed ordinance would require all providers to apply for a permit to operate their platform in the city of Boston, and to obtain this permit, the providers would be required to show proof that they have obtained insurance coverage, proof that they have provided operators with insurance related to disclosures, and certification that they, the provider, will comply with specific data reporting requirements described in the ordinance. Permits issued pursuant to this ordinance will be issued by the Boston Transportation Department and may be revoked, suspended, or subject to non-renewal. The proposed ordinance also requires providers to provide BTD with particular data related to third-party delivery services, orders, and operators. Regarding enforcement, if a provider fails to obtain or maintain a valid permit issued by BTD and accepts a fee for facilitating services while such provider does not have a valid permit, the provider shall be fined $300 per day per restaurant from which services are available, and or $300 per order. The BTD commissioner may also seek an injunction from a court of competent jurisdiction prohibiting the provision of services by any unpermitted provider. This ordinance applies to every third-party delivery provider operating within the city of Boston. And now that was the original proposal. In my committee report that I filed with this body for consideration, there is a detailed summary of the hearing that took place on February 24th, as well as a working session on March 11th. I'll focus in on March 20th, seeing that was the latest conversation on this particular docket. On March 20th, during the working session, the committee engaged in detailed discussions to clarify and refine the ordinance definitions and requirements regarding permits, insurance, data reporting, and enforcement for third-party delivery services operating within Boston. Regarding the applicability of the ordinance, the committee discussed refining definitions to clarify which providers the ordinance would be applied to, as well as when and how insurance coverage would be required. With respect to providers, the committee discussed the threshold of orders that would trigger the ordinance applicability. During the discussion, the administration maintained their proposal for 1 million order threshold annually, reasoning that it captures the primary market players, Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub, and provides an equitable starting point for new entrants. Regarding when the ordinance would require insurance coverage and to what extent, the committee discussed the concept of active operator status and potential challenges related to bicycle and e-bike delivery coverage. The committee found general consensus on the idea that the ordinance should apply when operators are operating in active status, which would be the period of time from when an operator accepts an order until its completion or cancellation. Regarding covered vehicles, the committee acknowledged that such insurance products currently do not widely exist and highlighted the necessity of industry cooperation in developing feasible coverage options, and I have more information on that in just a second. Data reporting and privacy were also extensively discussed. During the working session, the committee discussed revising the data submission requirements to quarterly rather than monthly, but we ended up on quarterly, and allowing for submissions to occur after the various platforms' earning reports to acknowledge the sensitivity around commercial information. My last thing before I go into a detailed summary of the amendments, during this working session, the committee also discussed a proposed amendment establishing a delivery fee of 15 cents per order, the purpose of which was to cover ordinance enforcement related to infrastructure improvements. Councilors voiced concerns about ensuring that the fee does not pass on to consumers, local businesses, or delivery operators. So I need to continue, I apologize again, but for more of a comprehensive amendment summary, feel free to follow through in the committee report. As far as definitions, there was a desire from both my colleagues in the industry to include an operator active status. This sets a timeline when an operator accepts a third-party delivery order until it is completed or canceled. It specifies the time spent traveling to the food service establishment to pick up the order, waiting at the food service establishment, and transporting the order to the delivery destination. There were minor changes to definitions of third-party order definition. Facilitate is a better term to describe a platform's role in delivery service and consistent with the term used in the definition of services. There was a typo that named electric bikes to be eclectic, which I thought was a new brand of bikes. Turns out that's not the case. So we changed it from eclectic to electric. We also changed to the definition of third-party providers that was more stylistic than substantive. It says, towards the end, excluding a grocery or convenience stores, provided that the term provider does not include A, any such operator that facilitates, offers, or arranges fewer than 1 million orders each year, and B, a food service establishment that facilitates, offers, or arranges for the delivery of only its own food or beverages. During the discussion, after a back and forth of attempting to define an adequate threshold, we stuck with the proposal for 1 million orders threshold annually, reasoning that it captures those market players, as I mentioned earlier. Councillor Murphy had a question about Instacart and Uber Eats. This ordinance explicitly excludes grocery store and convenience store deliveries. And so as a result, Instacart orders, which focus on grocery delivery, are exempt from the ordinance. Uber Eats is the service that fulfills restaurant and prepared food delivery orders. And there are a couple of key clarifications which I found out afterwards. Instacart does not handle restaurant delivery. Instead, any restaurant deliveries initiated on Instacart are actually fulfilled by Uber Eats. Instacart's relationship with Uber Eats is what we deem as a marketing partnership, not a direct food delivery service. Instacart directs customers to Uber Eats when restaurant delivery is requested. If a customer orders grocery on Uber Eats, those orders are fulfilled by Instacart and its workers, not Uber Eats drivers. And so it was the opinion of both our legal counsel and the cities that the city does not currently believe that Instacart will be subjected to this ordinance. Uber Eats and Instacart do have a partnership since 2024, which allows Instacart to offer its customers restaurant delivery. However, these deliveries are carried out by Uber Eats and its couriers through the Uber Eats back-end platform. In general, though, the intent of this ordinance is to regulate third-party restaurant delivery providers, specifically those contributing to traffic congestion and parking violations. Grocery delivery services like Instacart operate differently. They pick up their orders in grocery store parking lots. They do not create the same sort of street congestion as restaurant delivery drivers. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on that. Going down into third-party delivery provider permit process, there was a challenge for the BPD to unilaterally decide whether operations are in the public interest, even though a platform is in compliance with all laws and regulations. That was something that that was put forth by the industry, which we agreed. In terms of insurance, it now states coverage for liability in the event that any uninsured or underinsured operator is involved in an accident. The provider must ensure that the operator, the provider, or any combination of the two maintains liability insurance that insures an operator of a vehicle for liability to third parties with coverage amounts of not less than $50,000 for damages arising out of bodily injury sustained by any one person in an accident, not less than $100,000 for damages arising out of bodily injury sustained by all persons injured in an accident, and $30,000 for all damages arising out of damage to or destruction of property in an accident. This amendment aligns with the insurance coverage requirements with state minimums and provides platforms with greater regulatory certainty. Regarding covered vehicles, we acknowledge that such insurance products for e-bikes and mopeds currently do not widely exist and highlighted the necessity of industry cooperation in developing feasible coverage options. There was a public commitment by an industry representative to work with the insurance companies to build a product that covers e-bikes and mopeds. It is worth noting for my colleagues that Uber has coverage in Canada already, and so they're not a stranger to this issue in the North American market. They have accidental insurance coverage for bicycles, e-bikes, scooters, and on-foot delivery people. If you're using any of these, Uber maintains insurance on behalf of delivery people, and you are covered for personal injuries that occur. From a risk perspective, either quantifying the speed or weight from highest to lowest, cars, motorcycles, mopeds, and e-bikes, an e-bike product being created, I think, is a good thing if it happens through this ordinance, and that's something that I support, and that's why it was included in this final draft. Going through data reporting requirements, in Section A, we changed from monthly to quarterly while mandating data anonymization to protect consumer privacy. That was a recommendation taken directly from the ACLU. The industry had concerns about data privacy and commercial sensitivity. These changes provide thoughtful compromise and address concerns. This allows for less frequent and delayed data reporting to mitigate risks. We also removed the data requirement of the power source of the vehicle used, whether it was propelled by internal combustion or battery-sourced electricity. There were significant conversations around a 15-digit or 12-digit FIPS code within a census tract or block, respectively. We decided to reduce to a 12-digit FIPS code for greater anonymity of consumers so that their data is not tracked. We also required BTD to clearly define the purpose of data collection to ensure it serves a legitimate need while ensuring reasonable security procedures. And so it says the following in Section B. Each provider shall submit to BTD upon BTD request additional data for the purposes of congestion management and other legitimate regulatory needs, which may include the total number of operations that utilize the provider's digital network within specific geographic areas and time periods and broken out by mode of transportation as determined by BTD. BTD shall implement and maintain reasonable security procedures and practices, including operational, administrative, technical, and physical safeguards to protect the trip data from unauthorized access, destruction, use, modification, or disclosure. And D, BTD shall not use the data for any purpose other than regulating traffic safety, congestion management, policy development, or traffic enforcement within the City of Boston. This version ensures robust data protections while still allowing BTD to collect necessary regulatory data to inform their policy. So last but certainly not least, two things. We changed it from implementation, the timeline, from 6 to 9 months to provide that ramp-up time for the industry to be able to work with insurance providers to create that product for e-bikes and mopeds. And then the last thing I want to say is that there was an amendment put forth by my colleague from District 8, and I want to thank her for her work, that would have instituted a fee of $15 per order. I heard from colleagues that there were concerns about the fee and wanted specific assurances that the fee does not pass on to consumers, local businesses, or delivery operators. This was one of those instances as chair where it's my responsibility to put forth a docket that I think is reflective of all of our varying opinions. It's not easy, but it's something that I take very seriously. And so ultimately, based on what folks were telling me and their concerns, and given that we could not legally put in here and codify assurances that this fee could not be passed down to consumers and local businesses, I did not include it in the final version. Ultimately, this draft that I'm recommending reflects this process and reflects my duty and responsibility as chair to produce something, again, that is reflective of everybody and that I think will ultimately be successful. And so with that, as chair of the Committee on Government Operations, I recommend moving the listed docket from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. And at this time, my recommendation to the full council will be that this matter ought to pass in a new draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, and thank you for all of your work on this docket. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor Durkin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I'd like to thank the Chair of Government Operations for all of her work on this. If I had to encapsulate all of my thoughts, I would say I'm excited, I'm hopeful, and I'm disappointed. For far too long, I'll start with the hopeful part. For far too long, third-party delivery platforms have operated in Boston as if the rules don't apply to them. Their business models prioritize speed and profits over safety and accountability, leaving residents, pedestrians, and even their own drivers to deal with the consequences of reckless and lawless behavior on our streets. As the chair of Planning, Development, and Transportation, I chaired a hearing last year where I had made asks to the platforms to use detailed delivery data that we know they collect to mitigate their impacts on our streets. Unsurprisingly, there was little transparency, and requests for them to self-regulate was neglected. The administration's ordinance today builds on the idea that by requiring appropriate data reporting, making it impossible for these companies to continue to hide behind glib indifference and vague excuses, we're going to make a difference today. The mayor's administration's third-party delivery ordinance makes sure that companies like DoorDash, Uber Eats, and Grubhub obtain permits to operate in the city of Boston. And this ordinance establishes a framework for accountability, ensuring that these companies do their part to keep our streets safe. By requiring companies to provide liability insurance for all their drivers, whether on car, motorcycle, moped, or e-bikes, we're not protecting just pedestrians and drivers, but also the workers who rely on these platforms. This ordinance is a response to an alarming increase in unlawful and dangerous operation. Just yesterday, I was in the Fenway, and that was the top concern at the Red Sox neighborhood meeting. You would think the top concern at the Red Sox neighborhood meeting was the fact that we were opening day is starting Friday, and there are tons of people coming to the Fenway for the next few, months. You would think that that would be the top issue. But you know what came up as the top issue? Scooters, being run over, and just feeling unsafe on the streets. So we're making a difference here, but I guess I'll go to the part that I'm disappointed about. I must admit that not everything I think that we needed to get done in this ordinance happened. DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber, I'd like to give you a suggestion. Pay your lobbyists a little more. They've got to win on the Boston City Council today, because today the Boston City Council is deciding that we don't have 7 votes for a modest 15-cent fee to ameliorate the issues that they cause on our streets. They have a combined market share of $235 billion, but 15 cents per order, that's too much. So, congratulations. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I need to regroup here. So I first want to start by thanking the food delivery drivers. I know many who use this as a job, either as a full-time job or ways to make ends meet in this expensive city to live in. I have to admit, the first time I used Amazon was a couple years ago. I had not ever had anything delivered to my house. My kids convinced me, and now I use lots of apps on my phone, Instacart, others. I know I've referenced during these hearings and these working sessions about my use. And I often see professional drivers, almost always, and I always make sure I go back in when they ask for input, and I give them the 4 or 5 stars, whatever the most is, and I give reasons why. So I do want to thank all of our food delivery service providers, Amazon, all of them. If they're included in this ordinance or not, I want to start by saying that. But I do want to say thank you also to the residents and workers who have reached out. I'm not sure about my colleagues, but I have been getting many emails and calls directly from those concerned about this ordinance. As an at-large city councilor committed to the safety and well-being of Boston's residents and businesses, I must express my opposition to the proposed road safety and accountability for delivery providers ordinance, which is currently before us today. I do want to thank Councilor Coletta Zapata for, I think it was an in-depth and many hearings and working sessions. Thank you for that. While enhancing safety and accountability in food delivery services is crucial, this ordinance raises significant concerns regarding its approach and potential unintended consequences. Boston already has comprehensive traffic laws designed to address safety concerns associated with food delivery drivers. Effective enforcement of these existing regulations should be our primary strategy, rather than introducing additional legislation that may be redundant and burdensome. The ordinance appears to disproportionately target specific third-party delivery platforms, such as Uber Eats, Grubhub, and DoorDash, while exempting other delivery services like Instacart that also offer restaurant delivery options. Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, for sharing out the research, but I know that there is a financial relationship with them too, that Instacart does make money off sending them off to that other service. This selective application raises questions about fairness and the rationale behind focusing on certain companies over others that contribute similarly to urban traffic. A central component of the ordinance is the mandate for delivery companies to provide umbrella insurance policies covering all drivers across various modes of transportation. However, the practicality of this requirement is questionable, as such comprehensive insurance products do not exist in the market yet, and additionally, many delivery companies already offer insurance coverage for their drivers, making this new mandate potentially unnecessary and indicative of a rushed legislation process, which I believe is lacking thorough industry consultation. The Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce has expressed concerns that the ordinance goes beyond what is necessary to improve safety and could create burdensome requirements for the targeted companies. The ordinance requires delivery companies to share extensive data with the Boston Transportation Department, including vehicle types, delivery frequencies, and route specifics. While intended to aid in traffic management, this level of data collection raises significant privacy concerns. Instead of requiring precise and sensitive data points, the city should work with platform providers to produce aggregated heat maps devoid of personal information. This ordinance, thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, you did mention that you removed the request to add an additional cost, but I did believe that this ordinance, if they had included that, would introduce additional costs for delivery companies, such as a proposed delivery charge per order. These increased expenses would have been likely to be passed on to consumers, resulting in higher prices for food delivery services. This outcome could be disproportionately affect residents who rely on these services. For me, it's convenience, but for many people, they use these delivery services because they may have mobility issues or disabilities. So it's important, or they may not have a car or work 2 jobs and don't have the time to get to the stores when they're open. So making food delivery less affordable and accessible is something I don't want to do. So I'll end by saying it's important to acknowledge that some delivery platforms have already initiated measures to enhance road safety. I would say many of them have. For instance, in July 2024, DoorDash announced a series of actions aimed at promoting safer city streets, including establishing a dedicated escalation channel for law enforcement and implementing enhanced driver identity verification processes to prevent unauthorized account sharing. While the goal of enhancing road safety is commendable, the proposed ordinance appears to be a hastily constructed measure that may not effectively address the underlying issues. I urge my colleagues to reconsider this approach, engage in meaningful dialogue with all stakeholders, and focus on enforcing existing traffic laws to achieve the desired improvements in public safety without imposing unnecessary burdens on our consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I originally planned to vote in support of this ordinance as long as the tax is not added. Residents of the city know that this tax will not be paid by a large multi-billion-dollar corporation. Taxes get passed on to small businesses, restaurants, residents. Our neighbors did not cause this pedestrian safety problem, so they don't see why they should have to pay for it. In my opinion, it's not the time for another tax in Boston. Let's be clear, pedestrian safety has been one of the top issues we face in the city for years. But in the last 18 to 24 months, we can all agree It has become increasingly worse with the presence of many of these drivers on mopeds or other devices in every neighborhood across the city. I have called for a hearing and had hearings with Councilor O'Malley, Councilor Flaherty, about how these mom and pop shops all over the city were struggling, restaurants, because of large corporations that were charging high percentage to advertise on their site or use their transportation services. But now our pedestrian road safety problems have gotten worse, with many drivers for these large corporations not following the rules of the road. I think we all agree on that. Almost every day, someone tells me about someone going through a red light, a stop sign, or the wrong way on a one-way street on the sidewalk. Last February, I raised the issue in a hearing order to discuss community process relating to Boston Transportation Department. At that time, I said instead of the city refusing to engage with neighborhoods on street redesigns with the top-down approach, we should instead focus on listening to neighbors and address pedestrian safety due to the increase of mopeds. For the last year, I have advocated for residents across Boston who share these serious concerns, whether it was the administration, the press, or in the media. I have repeatedly advocated for, if you go more than 20 miles per hour, you should have a license. You should be registered and have liability insurance in the event of a crash. No exceptions. In my opinion, this ordinance is a good start, and I want to say thank you to Councilor Cleta. This is why I called for a hearing on having all road users, again, to be licensed, registered, and insured to make sure everyone is playing by the same rules. Boston can no longer be the Wild West. We made some improvements on Boylston Street, which I represent in the Back Bay. Some improvements, but it needs to go further than that. Whether it's cars, mopeds, dirt bikes, electric bikes, or bikes, everyone has to be obeying the same rules of the road. We can't have rules for one set of road users and another set for others. I have said many times that it can no longer be the Wild West here. Anything goes. In the final analysis, we have to be honest with ourselves here. It's clearly created an unsafe environment for all road users and pedestrians. And I often see people walking on the sidewalks, elderly people, people with disabilities, in a moped, a bicycle. Someone will be driving towards them on the sidewalk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank the chair. And I think we're in a very interesting time in the world of politics. And I just want to clarify a few things. I know Councilor Durkin, you made some reference to lobbying folks that they won, but everybody knows not to knock on my door asking me to do anything, because I'm not going to listen to anybody but the people that I serve. So I just want to make clear for the record that if anyone did lobby me, I didn't get the memo. So, and if they did, I don't respond to such a thing. So I want to be clear that they were not knocking on my door. And so every decision I make is based on the people that I serve. So I just want to make sure that whenever I rise to speak, that everybody knows I'm utilizing my microphone for the people, not for lobbyists. So I'm going to clear that up real quick, just so nobody's confused about the votes that I take or why. And then the other piece, I think it's really important for us to recognize around this particular conversation is that our office, alongside Councilor Pepeng and Councilor Flynn, we've been working with a task force to really look at pedestrian safety. And I feel like there's some things that could be legislated, and then there's other things that we're going to need to really start looking at how we work with community to really address some of these issues. And I feel like not everything, we can't legislate human behavior. We can't, there's just certain things that we're just going to have to figure out how we work more collaboratively around some of these issues around safety, particularly pedestrian safety. So I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations to the task force that our office is working in partnership with Councilor Flynn and Pepeng on, and inviting our colleagues to really lean into it. So looking more for that type of collaboration and leadership. And in regards to how I am going to vote, you'll just have to wait until it's time for roll call, and I'll surprise everybody.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0407. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. No. Councilor Fitzgerald, no. Councilor Flynn. Yes. Councilor Flynn, yes. Councilor Lujan.
Yes.
Councilor Lujan, yes. Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, C. Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, no. Councilor Pepen. Yes. Councilor Pepen, yes. Councilor Santana. Yes. Councilor Santana, yes. Councilor Weber. Yes. Councilor Weber, yes. And Councilor Worrell. Yes. Councilor Worrell, yes. Docket number 0407 has received 11 votes in the affirmative and 2 votes in the negative.
Thank you. Docket number 074, docket number, 0407 is passed. Want to, again, thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata, for all of your work on this. No legislation is perfect, but I think this moves us in the right direction. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0458?
Docket number 0458, the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred on February 12th, 2025. Docket number 0458, message in order authorizing the City of Boston to submit a statement of interest to the Massachusetts School Building Authority Core Program for Madison Park Technical Vocational High School pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 70B, Section 5. The statement of interest describes and explains the deficiencies within the school facility that prevents Boston Public Schools from delivering their desired educational program. Submits a report recommending that the order ought to pass.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means held a hearing on Monday, March 3rd, 2025, to discuss dockets number 0458 through 0459. From the administration, we had Brian McLaughlin, Senior Project Manager for the Boston Public Schools, Delaverne Stanislas, Chief of Capital Planning for BPS, Carlton Jones, Executive Director for Public Facilities Department, and Brian Ford, Chief Operating Officer for BPS. All testified on behalf of the administration. From the council, we had Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Braden, and Councilor Mejia present for the hearing. We also received a letter of absence from Council President Louis Jen. The PPS team provided a brief overview of MSBA, stating it is a state agency that provides additional funding to local districts to be able to conduct facility improvements and construct new school buildings. They stated that there are 2 main programs operated by the MSBA. The core program supports projects covering extensive repairs, renovations, additions, and new school construction. The accelerated program supports projects including replacements of roofs, windows, doors, and boilers in structurally sound facilities. Committee members focused on timelines and various upgrades at the different schools with a strong focus on Madison Park High School project timeline. The school committee passed the statement of interest on March 20th, so it is now before us. I know Madison Park needs investments, and I know the community wanted this 15 years ago. People want shovels in the ground tomorrow, and I share the frustration of the community that we can't do that and deliver the Madison Park that our students deserve. But I do believe we should make Madison Park the crown jewel it should be, and to do that, we need state assistance through the MSBA. I've also filed a resolution asking for changes to the MSBA process and joining onto an effort at the State House to create a commission to look at increased reimbursements for technical vocational schools as well as a speedier timeline. As chair of the Committee on Ways and Means, my recommendation is that this matter ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Is anyone looking to speak on this matter? Councilor Worrell seeks passage of docket number 0458. Mr. Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Roll call vote on docket number 0458. Councilor Braden. Yes. Councilor Braden, yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata. Yes. Councilor Coletta Zapata, yes. Councilor Durkin. Yes. Councilor Durkin, yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson. Yes. Councilor Fernandez Anderson, yes. Councilor Fitzgerald. Yes. Counsel Fitzgerald, yes. Counsel Flynn? Yes. Counsel Flynn, yes. Counsel Louisiana?
Yes.
Counsel Louisiana, yes. Counsel Mejia? Counsel Murphy? Counsel Murphy, yes. Counsel Pepen? Counsel Pepen, yes. Counsel Santana? Yes. Counsel Santana, yes. Counsel Weber?
Yes.
Counsel Weber, yes. And Counsel Worrell?
Yes.
Counsel Worrell, yes. Docket number 0458 has received 12 votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Docket number 0458 has passed. We are now on to matters recently heard for possible action. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0169?
Docket number 0169, order for a hearing regarding the implementation and funding of coastal resilience strategies and the establishment of a climate bank.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I appreciate all of my colleagues' participation in that hearing. The committee held a hearing focused on exploring the establishment of a financial institution at the municipal level to assist in mobilizing resources and funding projects to address climate change. It is estimated to cost the city of Boston approximately $4 to $10 billion to fortify Boston's waterfront. Boston currently relies on various pots of funding to design and implement climate solutions and needs to start seeking alternative and sustainable funding sources for resilience projects. During the hearing, we were joined by administration members, including Brian Sweat, Chief Climate Officer, Chris Osgood, Director of the Office of Climate Resilience, and Nayeli Rodriguez, who is the Deputy Director of that office. The administration laid out the 2030 Climate Action Plan, which includes concise action steps for city departments and partners, quantitative metrics to measure project over time meaningfully, and climate justice tools to support implementation. Additionally, the administration broke down the current funding landscape for Boston's Climate Resilience Network and invited private property owners on the waterfront in East Boston and Border Street to join their efforts as a pilot program. Boston relies on city funding, state and federal grants, an existing Army Corps of Engineers partnership, and third-party investments. Additionally, councilors heard from advocates panel that stressed how the creation of a municipal climate bank could support expanding the scale of investments that can reach a variety of residents, attracting private capital to amplify the impact of public investment, and enhancing the capacity to design, build, and maintain and operate resilience projects. We looked through examples of successful climate banks, including the DC Green Bank, which has leveraged public funds to attract private investment in clean energy and infrastructure resilience. We also heard from public testimony from many community activists and community organizations that stressed the need to create a climate bank to provide sustainable funding for local projects. I intend to keep this in committee. This is an important conversation. We now have the difficult work of trying to understand the scale and scope in which we could potentially fund these projects. Do we start small with individual homes and their flood prevention, or do we go big to try to tackle some of the issues that we have in the billions of dollars? And so that is the next step, as well as trying to figure out the governance structure of it and a bunch of legal parameters. So I look forward to that conversation and thank everybody again for their participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta Zapata. Docket number 0169 will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0311?
Docket number 0311, order for a hearing to address the displacement of Bostonians as a result of new and future development.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the chair of the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation, Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Docket 0311, as stated by the clerk, is in order to address hearing to address the displacement of Bostonians. We held a very productive hearing. The hearing was sponsored by Councilors Pepen, Mejia, and Worrell. It was referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation on January 29th, 2025. On Monday, March 31st, the committee held a hearing to discuss this docket. We were joined by my colleagues in order of arrival, Councilors Pepen, Murphy, Flynn, Fitzgerald, Coletta Zapata, Worrell, Weber, and Mejia. Councilors Braden, Louisiana, and Santana provided absentee letters. We heard testimony from the administration panel, represented by Sheila Dillon, Chief of the Mayor's Office of Housing, Shugan Idawu, Chief of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, Devin Quirk, Deputy Chief of the Boston Planning Department, and Catherine Lusk, Executive Director of the Planning Advisory Council. This panel represented the administration's new report, A Place to Thrive, an Anti-Displacement Action Plan for Boston. We learned that through a cross-departmental multi-departmental team spanning 6 cabinet and 20 departments. The city is working towards protecting, preserving, producing, and fostering prosperity through housing and commercial and cultural stability in order to mitigate displacement. We know and learned in greater detail that displacement is not a single issue problem. It is a simplistic solution. However, it will not have a simplistic solution. However, through thoughtful planning, inclusive engagement, rejecting self-imposed scarcity, embracing abundance, and a willingness to innovate, we can ensure that Boston remains a place where people of all incomes and backgrounds can live, work, and thrive. And I want to once again thank Councillor Pepen and the co-sponsors for bringing this hearing forward. Before I ask that this docket remain in committee for further conversation, I'd like to give an opportunity to Councillor Pepen, the lead sponsor, to discuss the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Pepen. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to the chair of this committee for hosting this important hearing. This is a topic that not only impacts my district, but the entire city of Boston. I was very thrilled to hear of the announcement of the anti-displacement strategy toolkit that was released at the State of the City. This is something that my district has been asking for quite some time now, after the announcements of the Squares and Streets rezoning proposals and other just things that are happening with our small businesses and tenants as well. I do want to thank my colleagues for their passionate advocacy, and also from the administration, because this is a topic, as the chair mentioned, that this impacts all of us. So I look forward to continuing this conversation and making sure that our residents and our business owners in our city feel support, and that we are leading the way and making sure that they continue to call Boston home. Thank you.
Thank you. This docket number 0169, will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please... 0311. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0422?
Docket number 0422, order for a hearing to discuss the immediate reinstatement of and sustainable funding for the Community Syringe Redemption Program.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We had a great hearing yesterday, a very educational one. I'd like to thank my fellow sponsors, Councillor Flynn, Councillor Murphy, as well as yourself, Madam President, and Councillor Pepen for attending. The needles from substance abuse being left to the ground is certainly a focus in District 3, but as it is thinned out around the Mass and Cass area and began to spread to other areas, we're now focused on how do we do the needle pickup in other neighborhoods as well. And so we're looking at all hands on deck, and many hands make light work, how to get other help in there. And so we learned a lot about the fiscal impacts of what we can do in getting help there, but also what the Boston Public Health Commission is doing with the great work of Dr. Basolo Jakutu there. And a special shout out to our street workers from the street outreach workers that we have that do these jobs day in and day out. And also to Sue Sullivan and her team for all their work they do in Newmarket. And we will continue to operate, especially as the warm weather picks up, on how to best increase our presence and increase the syringe pickup so that we have a safe city to play in. But it will remain committee. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the chair. We did have an informative hearing yesterday. I know we put forth a resolution that we all signed on to, and then the hearing yesterday we were able to really ask some good questions. Part of this hearing order, when I filed it, was not just about the reinstatement, it's the conversation we have to have about how are we going to fund it, and is it sustainable? We know that the Community Syringe Redemption Program has collected over 5 million syringes across our city since its inception. So they've been doing amazing, necessary work. I know my office, we get lots of calls, and like Councillor Fitzgerald said, now that the tent encampment is down, we still have a large congregation there. It's not gone, but it has spread. The needles were being found now across the entire city. So yes, Sue Sullivan does an amazing job in that area with the work and her workforce development, where she has staff that she pays. It seems as though the downtown bid is also going to try to model after that. But to piece together these other programs, and knowing that this syringe redemption program was picking up a majority of our syringes, I think it's important that we consider going into the budget season, that we advocate for it to be placed back into the budget. And I do just want to highlight, it's been brought up at many community meetings when the street outreach program is there. They do talk about their new approach that the mayor, the administration is now implementing that there is no longer any public drug use or drug sale, and that those who are found either using drugs or selling drugs in public will be arrested. I know many of us had questions because we still see a large amount of that happening across the city, but obviously public drug use and discarding syringes in public places go directly hand in hand. So working with the street outreach team on making sure that there is a strong partnership with the police department and also the DA's office to make sure that continues. I hear from communities, if it's Dudley or if it's Andrew Square or Hyde Park, that neighbors would like to make sure that when there's public drug use, that the police are implementing the laws that are already on the books to make that less of a negative impact to our communities. So I do know that they did say, Dr. Ojikuto stated that the mayor has not put it back into the budget coming up, and so we have lots of tough conversations coming up. I'm looking forward to the budget being released soon and the work we'll be doing with Councilor Worrell. But I still want to make it clear that I'm advocating that this program is reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to Councilor Fitzgerald and Councilor Murphy as well for bringing this forward. It's an important issue. This needle pickup program sponsored by the City of Boston was working. It was an effective program. Money that supported this program was the federal money. Now that the federal money has dried up, the program will not be funded. But there should be room in the budget for an effective city program that works. In my district, especially at Andrew Square, parts of the South End, downtown Boston especially, and in other areas, Copley as well, we do see a lot of drug use. We see a lot of discarded needles. And this type of program, city program, was effective, picking them up, providing a safer environment for our families, for our children going to school, for our seniors. I'm also respectfully advocating that money go back into the budget to support this effective program. It works. Mass and Cass, the tents are down, but the problem has spread throughout the city, but especially in my district. And I want to do my due diligence to advocate for pickup of needles. The other issue I did want to highlight, I know Councilor Murphy mentioned that the recent change in policy to not allow people to use drugs publicly is something I've advocated, as we all know here, for many years. Anyone that's using drugs in public, they need a detox bed. They need recovery services. That's what they need. They can't be on the streets using drugs. If they're not going to get into recovery, if they're not going to get into detox, unfortunately, they have to be arrested. I did that as a probation officer. I got more people into drug treatment programs than probably anyone around here. The other point I wanted to make was there was a recent study, and it mentioned and it highlighted the overdose death rates in Boston. And I discussed this at this meeting that we had. The highest group of overdose deaths in the city of Boston is adult, senior, African-American males. We need to do something about this crisis. I'm going to call for a public hearing on this. But that's something, if we're serious about public health, this should be in the budget, that we can effectively deal with the significant overdose deaths of African-American male seniors throughout the city. Some of the reason why is during the pandemic, we also saw many of the drugs that were used being, fentanyl was applied to those drugs. So I think we have to have a serious conversation about that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Docket number 0422 will remain in committee. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0641?
Docket number 0641, message and order for your approval. An appropriation order in the total amount of $38,148,052 from fiscal year 2025 Community Preservation Fund revenues for community preservation projects at the recommendation of the City of Boston Community Preservation Committee.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Penn, Chair of the Committee on the Community Community Preservation Committee. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, we had the annual Community Preservation Committee hearing to learn about this fiscal year's projects. The Community Preservation Committee recommends funding through the Community Preservation Act. I was joined by Councilors Murphy, Flynn, Braden, Weber, President Louis Jen, with absence letters from Councilor Fitzgerald and Councilor Coletta Zapata. The Community Preservation Committee has considered 52 projects across the city, 44 being fully funded, totaling $38,148,052. These projects follow the eligibility requirements of providing and supporting affordable housing, historical preservation, and open space and recreational uses. I thank our panelists, Thaddean Brown, Director of Community Preservation Office, Christine O'Keefe, Director of Office of Housing Neighborhood Housing Division, Liza Meyer, Interim Commissioner and Chief Landscape Architect in the Parks and Recreation Department, and Kathy Baker Eclipse, Director of Capital Plan in Parks and Recreation. I recommend moving this listed docket from the committee to the full council for discussion and formal action. At this time, my recommendation to the full council will be that this matter ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I just want to thank Councilor Pepen. Many of you know my predecessor, Councilor Bach, was the chair of this committee and was active in pushing for CPA to exist in the city of Boston. I just want to thank Thaddean Brown and the director for all of her leadership. Unfortunately, I had to miss the hearing because I had my annual PCP appointment, and as you guys know, there's a PCP shortage in the city of Boston. So I just wanted to, I know a lot of us district councilors, it's a requirement that we send a support letter for the things in our district. I just wanted to say I'm excited to see 112 Queensbury, Church of the Covenant, which I've sent 2 support letters for and now it's finally funded, Arlington Street Church, 127 Mount Vernon Street, which is Hill House, the Beacon Hill Friends House, the West Ender, the West End Museum, Ruggles Baptist Church Phase 2, Mission Grammar, and Old West Church Accessibility. Those projects are things that either through the last 2 years or this year I have actively fought for, and I'm just so excited that they're getting funded this year. I also just want to thank that the Preservation Committee's approach of not funding the same projects over and over again. It's very important to the city of Boston that it's not just District 8 and communities that have historic preservation status, that we really expand what preservation looks like in the city of Boston. And so I'm really excited, and I think that Mission Hill and the West End and the Fenway being a part of this is part of that diligence, is making sure that those projects that have gotten funded every year don't get funded every single year, and we share the wealth. And I'm just really proud to see this all come together. And again, thanks Director Brown for all that she does.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to rise to thank Thaddean Brown. I had the privilege to work with her for many years. Her and her team, outstanding job they do, very professional, understanding. They listen to residents. And what I especially like about this program, besides the fact that it brings residents together, it brings neighborhoods together. Sometimes if you don't win on a particular project, you might be disappointed. But the way Thaddean and her team treat people that haven't won, they go over the application with them and they offer advice, they offer suggestions. They do it in a professional and respectful manner. And it gives them an opportunity, it gives them encouragement to apply, to reapply at the next session. So just the professionalism that Thaddean conducts her work is exceptional. So I wanted to highlight her team. I also wanted to highlight 2 of my former colleagues as well, Councilor Michael Flaherty and Councilor Andrea Campbell, the Attorney General, for their work on CPA as well. They did tremendous work in the city of Boston in advocating and supporting this program for many years. So I want to say thank you to Michael and to the Attorney General as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, I'd like to extend our thanks and appreciation for Thaddean Brown's leadership and work at the CPA and her great team. I'd just like to shout out the 3 projects that we got in District 9, where the Presentation School Community Centre got a historic, it's a historic building, so they got money for repairs. The Seattle Street Affordable Homeownership Project got some money, and McKinney Park, which we are gradually trying to scramble to get enough money to get that project get that project moving. Hopefully we'll make it this year. So we're very pleased, and I'd also say to everyone, if you have a project in your neighbourhood, the next cycle is about to start, so put your projects forward and send in a letter of interest. And as Councillor Flynn just said, the team will guide you through the process. There's no harm in extending a letter of interest and finding out it'll be evaluated and before you would make a full application. So it's a wonderful programme. I remember volunteering way back when we tried to get this passed, and it's really a great programme that's beneficial to all of our communities across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. I want to thank Councillor Pepen for holding this hearing. This is always one of the best hearings that we have here on this body, because it's all about supporting our communities and our neighborhoods across the city. There are so many great projects, 50% of which are going to affordable housing, and the rest towards open space and recreation and historic preservation. It's one of the biggest tools and best tools that we have here in the city. And so I'm just really excited as an at-large city councilor for all of these projects. And for the work that we're doing alongside community to help them when oftentimes there's nowhere else to get help. So very excited to support these. I wrote support letters for a number of these projects, and I'm just really excited that these folks who are doing great work in community have somewhere to turn, and that somewhere to turn is us and the Community Preservation Act. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, oh, right, okay, yeah, apologies. The Chair of the Committee on Community Preservation Act seeks acceptance of the committee report and passage of docket number 0641. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you. The committee report has been accepted and docket number 0641 has passed. We are now on to motions, orders, and resolutions. A reminder that the lead sponsor has 3 minutes and all the council have 2 minutes to speak on a docket. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0765 into the record?
Docket number 0765, Councilors Braden and Luciano offer the following. Ordinance establishing a scofflaw property owner list.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councillor Braden. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for joining me as the lead co-sponsor on this docket. And also, I'd like to suspend the rules and add Councillor Mejia as a third original co-sponsor.
Councillor Braden to suspend the rules, add Councillor Mejia as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councillor Mejia is so added. Councillor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is a refile of an ordinance initially proposed in 2023. For context, the proposal builds off the conversations that were initiated through hearings I sponsored with then Councillors Bach and Edwards in November of 2021 to review the ordinance on rental unit condition standards and inspections. We discussed processes for tenants to report living conditions that were out of compliance and systems to track owners who chose to pay fines for code violations without actually improving the conditions out of code. We invited panellists from the cities of Chicago, New York and Toronto to hear about their respective rental inspection programs and worst landlords watch lists. This refiled ordinance is substantially the same as when it was filed 2 years ago in March of 2023. It would publish an annual scofflaw property owner list for people who are involved in active code enforcement proceedings in court, have racked up 6 or more code violations in a year, and have their properties designated as problem properties. It would seek to prevent property owners on the list from doing business with the city, such as being awarded contracts, receiving grants, or being eligible for certain permits or zoning relief. I look forward to getting back to reviewing this and working with the administration and ISD on identifying which components feel feasible to enforce. And I'm really looking forward to getting back into this again to see if we can incentivize landlords, large landlords especially, to improve their code enforcement and provide habitable and quality rental accommodations for our residents in the City of Boston.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Braden, and I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. And, you know, at the end of last year, getting the home rule petition through the State House that, you know, we know is very important to increase the fines. It's something that my office cares deeply about, and especially when it comes to our Black and brown neighborhoods, when it comes to neglect that happens with dumpsters, with so many issues. All of our residents deserve a home that is safe, sanitary, and dignified. There are so many problem properties, and they deserve to face restrictions in doing business with the city. The system currently has a difficult problem when it comes to addressing these chronic issues. And these are bad actors who repeatedly violate the state sanitary, building, or fire codes. And we go out there and there's so many people, there are so many great people that we work with in the city on code enforcement who go out and do citations all of the time, but that's not enough to incentivize them, bad actors, to do right by the people of Boston. And so here we are. And I look forward to continue to make sure that this ordinance gets passed so that we can continue to respond in our neighborhoods to make sure that issues of dumpsters, of rodents, and all of that is being addressed. And we need sticks sometimes, and this ordinance would be a really big stick. So thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Braden for her leadership, particularly in this space. And so I'm really excited to join you all on this effort. Is a necessary step towards ensuring that every Boston resident has access to safe, decent, and dignified housing. For far too long, Boston has had tenants living with mold, broken heat, rodent infestations, fire hazards, while some property owners dodge accountability, ignore city inspectors, and continue to collect rent as nothing is wrong. Slumlords is the other AKA word for them. This ordinance is about raising the bar for what we allow in our city and making sure that code enforcement happens by creating a SCOFL property owners list. We are shining a light on the worst repeat offenders, those who willfully and consistently neglect their responsibilities even after warnings, violations, and court proceedings. This isn't about just penalizing small landlords who are trying to do the right thing. This ordinance targets chronic documented cases where health and the safety of violations go unaddressed, sometimes for years, putting tenants at risk and undermining the credibility of our enforcement system. This ordinance gives us the teeth. It restricts SCOFL owners from doing their business with the city. No zoning relief, no city land, no public contracts unless they clean up their act, literally. It gives tenants and community members access to transparent data, and it reinforces the idea that housing is a human right, not a hustle. And I also just want to add that this is the sort of stuff that I think folks can't continue to ignore. And I've been complaining about all of these folks, many of which some of them are large LLCs who are literally buying up the blocks and have no real accountability, particularly in places like Austin and Brighton, where there's lots of also college students. And I think that these are the sort of things that will allow us to not only shine a light, but have a mechanism in place for us to hold them accountable and ourselves accountable. So looking forward to the hearing and looking forward to making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Durkin, Fernand Anderson, Flynn, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. This docket number 0765, will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0766?
Docket number 0766, Councilor Braden, offer the following. Ordinance extending and enhancing protections for tenants facing displacement due to condominium or cooperative conversion in the City of Boston.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor Braden, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam President. I wish to suspend the rules and add you as a second original co-sponsor.
I'm so added without suspension.
This is an ordinance to amend the existing ordinance of 2021, providing protections for tenants facing displacement by condominium or cooperative conversion, which was adopted in 2021. The authority to adopt local protections for condo conversions is provided by state law that was enacted in 1983, which established baseline protections which allowed municipalities to enact stronger protections by ordinance. Boston's ordinance was adopted in 1999 and was then amended several times over the years, each time providing a sunset provision, providing that the protections would expire after 5 years. The protections for tenants, including extended notice periods, relocation assistance, and the right of first refusal for an option to purchase their unit. The current form of protections were adopted in 2021 through the initiative of our former colleague Senator Edwards and outlined in the city's current condominium conversion approval process. Last November, the Massachusetts legislature enacted the Affordable Homes Act, which included an amendment to the 1983 state law to expand condo conversion protections to properties with fewer than 4 units that were not owner-occupied. This proposed ordinance seeks to bring Boston's ordinance up to par with the state. It would extend protections for larger buildings, 2 and 3 family buildings. It would extend the notice period for tenants from 1 to 2 years and would strengthen the allowable rent increase during the notice period. It would extend the period for the tenant to exercise their option to purchase, and it would extend the ordinance's validity period through 2020. I look forward to discussing the proposal in committee with the administration and as well as with housing and tenant advocates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Braden, and thank you for adding me. I think this is very important, especially as we continue to talk about displacement. So I thank you for filing this and adding me as a co-sponsor. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councillors Clara Zapata, Durkin, Fernandes-Anderson, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. This docket number 0766, will be referred to the Committee on Government Operations. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0767?
Docket number 0767, Councilors Flynn and Murphy offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss transportation planning within the Article 80 development review process.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to invoke Rule 12 and add Council Fitzgerald as an original co-sponsor, please.
Councillor Flynn seeks to suspend the rules, add Councillor Fitzgerald as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, he's so added. Councillor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know that Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code dictates review of large development proposals. Neighbors continue to highlight concerns on transportation planning. These include developer requirements for blue bikes on site, the city holding developers to internal parking guidelines instead of current zoning regulations, and instances of bike lanes to nowhere that lack connection to an existing network. Residents also continue to express concern on whether the city maintains the ability to preclude future residents of an Article 80 rental development project from obtaining a resident parking permit, which may have been agreed upon in a public process. On blue bikes, despite the fact the city announced in August 2024 the addition of 100 new blue bike stations, we continue to require developers to contribute tens of thousands of dollars in mitigation funding for blue bikes. At the same time, neighbors and abutters continue to say that this one-time funding could also be used on long-time public realm or pedestrian safety projects nearby, such as repaved sidewalks or raised crosswalks. On parking in South Boston, Article 68 of the Zoning Code states that off-street parking for residential use is 1.5 spaces per unit. However, the city recommends developers to follow guidelines of 0.5 off-street parking spaces per unit on Article 80 projects. We all know that we're in the middle of an affordable housing crisis. That's where our focus should be. So it's difficult when there's a positive public process and a developer comes to an agreement on a parking ratio and has the support of the residents, the neighborhood association, the civic groups, the elected officials, that after the fact, BTD may hold up the project to try to reduce parking closer to the guidelines of 0.5 parking spaces. At the same time, residents there will highlight the number of active parking permits far outpaces the number of public parking spaces in neighborhoods like mine in South Boston. It's a quality of life issue. In addition, after the process through the Public Improvement Commission, many times has resulted in various stages of city approval for bike lanes to be built in front of these projects. One is supposed to be the West Broadway in South Boston. This is despite the South Boston Transportation Access Plan process indicating no bike lanes will be on Broadway. Another on Dorchester Avenue lacks any connection to a comprehensive network as well. It will end abruptly near dangerous intersections. Neighbors and small businesses to continue to call for a separate public process as it relates to bike lane infrastructure with the opportunity to discuss alternative routes. None of this should be done ad hoc in the Article 80 development process without any master plan. Moreover, development teams have told neighbors for years their intention for a rental product to be restricted from parking stickers, with the address to be placed on a no parking list maintained by the Office of the Parking Clerk to prevent exacerbating the existing parking issues and/or crisis. Residents continue to seek assurances and clarity on the city's ability to both maintain and enforce potential restrictions for residential parking permits in Article 80 projects. In the final analysis, residents of a neighborhood deserve a say in what takes place there. Genuine community process means we have to legitimately engage with the taxpayers, residents, small businesses in our city, including when it comes to parking which impacts the new development, community needs, and transportation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councilor Flynn, for putting this forward and letting me join on this. I hear a lot from residents, and there have been recent projects where the neighborhood has said, we want you to support it, but not if the administration is going to pull back on the amount of parking that has been proposed. So, and I also want to put on the record how I do believe that being able to commute freely without a car for many is a luxury. And I know that Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, you have said that often about the need for a car and the cost for a car. For many of us, it's just a necessity that if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be able to do, get our kids to work, get our parents, to doctor's appointments. So we do have to keep that in mind and it's another way that we are pushing families out of our city that we need to make sure we're not doing that inadvertently. But I do believe as city officials, we must ensure that our development review processes, particularly those involving transportation planning under Article 80, are transparent and accountable. It's essential that we address community concerns, and we have to work toward solutions that are going to balance the needs of our neighborhoods. And oftentimes the residents are saying they're not being heard. Our residents have consistently voiced concerns about how transportation planning is handled within this process, and we need to ensure that their voices are heard and that we reflect their concerns, but also what, that all voices are being heard. So I'm looking forward to this hearing and making sure that we move forward with transparency and accountability.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Fitzgerald. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on Morrissey Boulevard alone, we have 10,000 units and 7 million square feet of development occurring, and so transportation as an impact of all that is something that we're very concerned about, given that there is some issues with the way the current streets are set up. And there are many parties in this from state, city, all along that own these different parcels, and so coordination amongst all is important, and that's why we want to make sure from the city side of things we understand what's going on and can plan for the future. So I look forward to this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I just want to thank my colleagues for filing this, and I'm not sure where this is going to end up, but just wanted to just note for the record that we do have a hearing order, and I know it might be different because we're going to be talking about kind of like the decision-making processes as it relates to Article 80, Blue Hill Lab. We have a lot. So, and just because I know Councilor, the President, Louisiane has asked us to try to figure out how we can collaborate. So I just want to rise to say, if you all are interested, more than happy to collaborate with you all to hear your hearing when I, schedule our Article 80, and then we could have 2 dockets in one if it goes into my committee, and if it doesn't for whatever reason, then y'all are on your own.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I respond to Council Mejia?
Councilor Flynn, you may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Council Mejia, and I would agree with you on that recommendation and encourage the chair if you would be inclined to place that into Council Mejia's committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This docket will be going to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. That's where I believe this docket belongs. It's where we placed it. But I do encourage people to work together, and there are many ways that can happen. It could be a joint hearing. It could be by not filing and making sure that the docket that exists that has the matter in front of it, that we just work off of that docket. So joint hearing if the parties are amenable to that. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernandes Anderson, Mejia, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0767, will be referred to the Committee on Planning, Development, and Transportation. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0768?
Docket number 0768, Councilor Flynn offer the following. Order for a hearing to discuss water and sewer infrastructure in Chinatown and the Leather District.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I add Council Mejia as an original co-sponsor?
Councilor Mejia is so added. Councilor Flynn, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm filing this hearing order today. There was a recent water main break in Chinatown causing extensive flooding and evacuation of residents. This has happened many times over many years. Three properties were impacted and 6 units were displaced. The burst pipe was a 6-inch fire sprinkler water pipe, and it was unclear what caused that break. There have been several other water main breaks in Chinatown over the last few years, as I mentioned, including a 12-inch water main break in August 2023 at the intersection of Harrison Avenue and Beach Street, a 12-inch water main break in September 2022 at the intersection of Washington and Neyland Streets. In all of these instances, traffic, services, restaurants, and small businesses in and around Chinatown were impacted. Residents in the Leather District have also been engaged in this subject as well. Last year, their tap water temperatures were reaching 100 degrees, and they had concerns about the adverse effects on high groundwater levels on civil infrastructure. The maintenance of water and sewer infrastructure is important for groundwater level also. I met with the residents of the Leather District and with Boston Water and Sewer on a virtual meeting recently. I know the Boston Water and Sewer Commission actively monitors the health and functions of its systems via pipe relining, pipe replacement, and prevention maintenance programs, including water main flushing, pipe cleaning, catch basin cleaning, among others. This hearing will discuss causes of these water main breaks, preventive maintenance, and active projects in and around Chinatown and the Leather District, and how we can mitigate some of these impacts these water main breaks or maintenance work have had on our small businesses, residents, and traffic. Water and sewer pipes are critical infrastructure to the health and quality of life of a city. It's a public health issue. It's a public safety issue. There is a need for a comprehensive planning and collaboration to address aging infrastructure and slow process due to design work, and a need to ensure traffic and small businesses to ensure that they are minimally impacted by any construction. And also, I wanted to ask Council Mejia too, since Chinatown and the Leather District both have neighbors that speak many languages, and I know Council Mejia has been a tremendous advocate in that regard too. But part of this process will be communication in language access as well. So I want to thank Councilor Mejia. I also want to acknowledge the Water and Sewer Commission team. I believe they do a good job with various programs, such as relining and replacing pipes. They have a lead replacement incentive program, which I publicized recently to ensure residents know about it. If anyone is watching, they can let me know, and I can get you more information. And we also recognize them on the City Council as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Flynn, for adding me as an original co-sponsor. I would recommend two things. One is that we, if possible, we could do this hearing on site in Chinatown. I think that would help reduce some of the barriers of engagement. And then I also would think that we could work with central staff around language and interpretation and make sure that that day we're well equipped with that. I think that that would be a really good practice and maybe something that we can do collaboratively. And I just thank you for your leadership in this space and looking forward to having the conversation.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Caban, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0768, will be referred to the Committee on City Services and Innovation Technology. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0769?
Docket number 0769, Councilor Flynn offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's report on Boston Housing Authority.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm calling for a hearing to discuss the Department of Housing and Urban Development's report on the Boston Housing Authority. This February, the Department of Housing and Urban Development had the Office of Inspector General released a report on BHA and found BHA did not consistently maintain its program units and buildings, public housing program units in decent, safe, and sanitary conditions and in good repair. It also found that the BHA did not consistently perform its annual self-inspections and correct identified deficiencies in a timely manner. The audit reported that both public housing units and buildings had deficiencies, and of the 31 out of 36 housing units inspected had deficiencies, and over a third had life-threatening deficiencies that needed to be corrected within 24 hours. Some of these types of life-threatening deficiencies include missing and inoperable smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, security hazards, blocked egresses, electrical hazards, inoperable fire exits were found in units and buildings. More concerningly, over half of these deficiencies had existed at the time of the authority's last inspection. Last November, I held a hearing to discuss issues relating to frequent elevator breakdown issues at the Ruth Barclay BHA apartments. And this is but one of a larger, more concerning scale of problems within the BHA. I represent the most public housing developments here in the city of Boston. Our public housing residents are some of the most vulnerable residents in the city. We cannot allow our seniors, communities of color, immigrant neighbors, low-income residents to have their housing fall into disrepair. Persons with disabilities as well. As leaders of the city, we have a moral obligation to ensure that all units meet HUD's and BHA's own requirement and that our public housing residents live in a safe, decent, sanitary environment with their units and buildings in a state of good repair. It is critical that we discuss the serious issues at the BHA to see how we can go back, get them back on track in addressing these deficiencies identified in this HUD report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor. Councilor Murphy, I had her light on first, and then you. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. He will. Thank you, Council President. I do just want to stand to say I do believe for myself that uplifting the voices of our most vulnerable residents should take up most of my attention because their voices don't often get heard. And I think it's important. When I listened to Councilor Flynn talk about this hearing order that he put forward, it reminded me of the first motion that is on the agenda today. And I know it's something that this body has worked on a lot about the scofflaw property owner list. Even though this is a city department, it is, we are landlords and we have to do what's right for our residents. And I hear often and have been to some of these BHA housing units where there's mold and there's just unacceptable living conditions that we can't ignore. And we have to make sure that as a body, I do believe, like you said, Councilor Flynn, it's our moral obligation to make sure we don't let politics get in the way, that we work for all of the residents, and especially those whose voices are often not lifted. So looking forward to this hearing and doing whatever I can to make sure we get this right. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Sorry, Madam President. I thought that Councilor Flynn had added me as an original co-sponsor, so I'll sit back down so he can do it, and then you can call on me.
The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking me again. I would like to add Councilor Mejia. I failed to do that originally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
She is so added. Councilor Mejia, if you would like to speak, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to thank Councilor Flynn for filing this hearing order, and I rise today as a co-sponsor because what's laid out in the HUD Inspector General's report is alarming. And sadly, it confirms what many of us have been hearing from residents for decades. In fact, my office conducted our own Dying to Live tour across Boston Housing Authority properties last year. And what we witnessed was firsthand, and we were in complete disregard of whoa. We saw water damage, pest infestation, exposed wires, missing smoke detectors, the same very life-threatening conditions outlined in the report.
Councilor Mejia would like to speak in, so if you could.
I got distracted. I want to know what y'all talking about over there.
Okay, Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Stop. I got this. Thank you. The very same life-threatening conditions outlined in the report, residents have been speaking about these issues for far too long, and they've been met with delay, neglect, and silence. If any of us were living in these conditions, we wouldn't stand for it. So why are we tolerating it from our most vulnerable residents, especially elders, people with disabilities, and low-income families who rely on public housing as their only option? We know that Boston Housing Authority is under pressure. We know funding is a challenge, but residents should not have to wait for another report, another hearing, another emergency to get what they deserve: dignity and safe and basic human rights to live in a decent home. We need clear timelines for repairs, transparent data, and a seat at the table for residents themselves. I look forward to participating in this hearing and just want to uplift that. I want to acknowledge Councilor Weber, who participated in our Dying to Live tour last year, one of the first things that we were able to partner on, and through your leadership, we were able to address some of the concerns that were brought up in that space. So I just wanted to acknowledge your partnership alongside us in trying to resolve some of this, some of the issues that we saw. And I also want to acknowledge that Administrator Bach also got a spotlight thanks to our office on Channel 7, I believe it was, because they gave her an opportunity to talk a little bit about what was going on or not going on as a result of the noise that we were raising. So I am really excited to see that our work did not just die last year, and that now we have more tools in our toolkit to hold ourselves accountable to what we're going to do about what we've learned. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Durkin, Fernandez-Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. Docket number 0769 will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0770?
Docket number 0770, Councilor Louisiana offered the following. Order for a hearing regarding support for Boston's Main Streets organizations.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add Councilor Weber as an original co-sponsor.
Council Weber is so added as original co-sponsor.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to suspend the rules to add Councilor Pepin as the third original co-sponsor.
Council President Louis Jen seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Pepin as original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Pepin is so added. Council, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am grateful for all the work that you've done in this space, and I look forward to this hearing because I think it's going to be an important conversation about how we support our neighborhoods and our small businesses throughout the city. I see this hearing order as a continuation of the work that this council has already been doing in public conversations and private conversations. I know that in Mattapan, for example, myself, yourself, Councilor Penn have been doing a lot of advocacy for Mattapan Square Main Streets. I recently had my cocoa hours and heard from a number of executive directors of Main Streets in our city about how we can help and improve the Main Street structure. I want to also shout out to Alicia Porcena here in the Office of Economic Inclusion and Economic Opportunity, and of course the chief as well, because we've been having conversations about how do we provide better support and provide better structure for our Main Streets. A lot of my advocacy initially when I first got on this council around Main Streets is making sure that they had access to legal assistance, because so many of our business owners are signing leases, especially when we're talking about immigrants and people for whom English isn't their first language, who often get, there's information asymmetry and they don't know what these leases contain and they get themselves into these situations. And you have a lot of businesses that start and that are closing. And our Main Streets want to be able to help them more. And so the technical assistance that we've been able to provide to businesses through our Main Streets has been incredible. And there are so many Main Streets that are doing great work. The Boston Main Streets organizations are the trusted local partners that support our small businesses. And we've had a strong and proud history of the Main Streets model beginning in 1983 with then City Councilor Thomas Menino. He brought the first Main Street initiatives to Rosendale. That local innovation grew into a citywide movement. And in 1995, following a competitive selection process, 10 commercial districts were officially designated as Boston Main Streets programs. In order to become a Main Streets, you have to get official accreditation from Main Streets US. Over the next decade, 10 more districts were added, and in 2016, the last district was designated. We were the first city in the country to adopt this model, and we've led by example, but we need to make sure that we're innovating with the Main Streets models, that we can have the most effective Main Streets. Our neighborhoods are the economic drivers of our city. You know, when it comes to liquor licenses, that's true. But we will have a better structure and we will have better support for our businesses if we continue to improve our Main Streets. They do a lot with very little. They help small businesses, many of them, as I said, immigrant-owned, family-run, led by Black and brown entrepreneurs, but they are often stretched thin. And I want to shout out, I know that they recently had a retreat with the Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion, where they brainstormed how to improve. And I just want to make sure that we're continuing conversation that we've been having in private, that I just put it out there so that I can continue to work with my colleagues on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President Louis Jen, for adding me as a co-sponsor. Our office has had a lot of meetings with Main Streets in District 6, and they provide a lot of great things in the district, from Juan Carlos in Eggleston Square to Warren in Jackson Square to Ginger on Center Street and Lindsay in West Roxbury. But too often we hear about difficulty accessing reimbursement for the services they provide, or funding they provide, and technical assistance. So, I just applaud the filing of this and hope we can further empower our Main Streets organizations to, to help them be an integral part and improve our neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor the chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To Madam President, thank you for adding me as an original co-sponsor to this. I really take this very serious. In my district, they have 3 amazing main streets. Obviously, Roslindale, Hyde Park, and Mattapan Square main streets. They're great, but I also see that even in my 3 neighborhoods, there's great disparity. Just great differences in the main streets as well. Roslindale was the first one, like Madam President mentioned, established by former Mayor Menino when he was the former District 5 City Councilor. But the way that the Roslindale Square Main Street is run is a lot more advanced than many of the other ones, and I want to make sure that it's an equitable process as well with different main streets across the city. And I also working very closely with our small business department to ensure that we find a new director for the Mattapan Square Main Streets. So that's why I'm very happy that we've put this on the floor and looking forward to working with my colleagues on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. Thank you for bringing this forward. Many of us, if not all of us, work closely with our main streets if we have one in our neighborhood. And since COVID and the work from home policy, the foot traffic here in downtown Boston has plummeted, but as we know, our neighborhood restaurants and shops are getting new customers they have over the years, where people who are working from home are now going to lunch in their neighborhood and shopping in their neighborhood. So I do know that we need to address that also, that we need to put resources away from downtown if needed in the neighborhoods also. We're not away from downtown, I should reword that we need to make sure that we're also supporting our local neighborhood restaurants that have gotten an increase in foot traffic since COVID. And just looking forward to this conversation. I know this body a couple of years ago did put some money, I believe, it was through opera funds, where we made sure that we were paying our Main Street directors more. As you would know, a former Main Street director, that they do wonderful work, they do connect the community in many ways. That's important, and so looking forward to this hearing and supporting them.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor, you have the floor. Oh, I thought you had your... No? Okay.
Because I got ignored the last time. So.
The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez-Anderson. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have different ideas about, how to support Main Streets, and I've, worked closely with the Office of Small Business and Chief Iruwu in terms of, understanding how to support them to be most efficient. I'm of the opinion that, or at least I think one idea would be to actually bring the directors to City Hall, or not necessarily here physically, but under the supervision of the chief. And I think that, or under a department of some sort, where they could have, over director of that department, and that department are directors. And then you would have people under these directors who would be technical assistant coordinators or managers that would be in the district, at least 2 to 3, and you could actually have sort of a call center that would be virtual, and have, by way of the virtual marketplace, you would have the digital marketplace, you would have folks, merchants, call in, schedule, merchandising training, or branding training, or whatever it is. You want to do a website or something like that within your language, with language capacity, and you would help them to actually not just brand their business, but itemization, whatever that they needed, understanding POS systems, but it would be either virtual or in person, whatever their choice is. This technical assistance, this level of technical assistance would go hand in hand with the digital marketplace. I'm hoping that administration hopefully will take up this idea, and it's okay, they can announce that it's their idea, as long as the idea helps to make it a better Main Streets, to eventually have this digital technical assistance backdrop of the digital marketplace. bring all of these storefronts, to digitize them in a free marketplace in Boston, where all Boston small businesses are supported in this digital marketplace with the back office of the technical assistants supervised from these Main Streets directors. The way it's functioning right now, you're never going to be able to have enough money to supplement for all of these tech assistants and all of these resources that these directors need. Not only do they have to pay themselves, but there's this overhead cost. They have to find an office. They have to have overhead. They don't even have enough to actually hire assistants. So it doesn't make any sense. The reason why, my council colleague's point, the reason why Rosendale works well, it's not because they're more advanced or ahead. It's because they have affluent community members who sit on boards, who actually function as the board is supposed to be for this nonprofit, the Main Streets in Rosendale Square. They raise funds, and so being that they're resourceful and they're connected and they have these fundraisers, then they therefore having more resources. Communities of color or communities that are more disenfranchised don't have access to such resources. Therefore, the boards don't function as they're supposed to. The director is not supported. The tech assistants, as much as we can provide funding, is not going to be enough. So I have different ideas. I just wanted to put that on the floor and say, I applaud the filing and looking forward to the conversation. But I do think that there's something bigger than just the city supporting or supplementing for the resources that they need.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Durkin. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I just want to thank Council President Louis-Jean for bringing this forward. I'm really excited about it, but I also just want to give a shout out to the Mission Hill Main Streets Director, Courtney Wright. She does such a great job. There's so much that happens within the community of Tremont and Huntington and all the businesses. They really feel supported by her leadership, and I think that's kind of what the perfect marriage of the Main Streets organization is they really represent the businesses and they represent the businesses' concerns, and that is really a great way for those to filter up to the city. And so I just really appreciate her leadership and wanted to give her a shout out on the council floor.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President. I want to thank the maker, Council President Louis-Jean. I'll keep it brief, but I do just want to shout out East Boston Main Streets, which is a really robust Main Streets program in Eastie, and just say that I look forward to this conversation. It's necessary. East Boston Main Streets is chronically and woefully underfunded. We can barely keep an executive director because we just simply do not pay them enough. And so they do a great job. Typically, our executive director does a great job in outreach and trying to support the businesses where they can with that technical assistance. But they are largely fundraising for their next event to maintain their own salary and also maintain operations that largely have to do with just them. I had reached out to the executive director of our East Boston Main Streets to try to understand if they have any sort of detailed audit of where some of our empty commercial spaces are, what their leases look like this was all during the tax classification conversation, what their leases look like, what type of leases they have, what their monthly rent is, and he just looked at me and said, I don't have the capacity to do that, and I need help with that. So we tried to reach out to MIT, to Suffolk, to various other universities to try to help with that data analysis and that data capture. But I really look forward to this conversation, especially as I think CDBG grants help fund this program. That's a federal program. What does that look like when that is taken away? So just look forward to the conversation and thank the maker. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I'd like to thank the makers for filing this hearing. I just want to note a few things. One is that not every neighborhood has a main street, so I just want to acknowledge that while we're having these conversations, let's also utilize this as an opportunity to look at what's missing and where are the emerging areas that we could potentially support and or advocate on behalf of adding. And then the other piece that I'd like to offer as we continue to have these conversations is that in terms of funding, I know that the city, whenever there's like an opportunity for grants or there's an issue happening, I know that some of these funds get funneled through the main streets, and I think that there's an opportunity to also look at that process in this hearing. So looking forward to making sure that that happens. And I wanted to just give a shout out. They're not specifically Main Street in particular, but there are some women who are part of my little network that have joined the boards of Main Streets, primarily Spanish speakers. And I just want to give a shout out to the Main Streets in JP, Hyde Park, Grove Hall, because they have recently added some women who English is not their first language, and they are finding ways to include some folks in that participation. So just wanted to rise and acknowledge those three in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council President Louis Jen. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond briefly to Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, who raised some excellent points. That definitely part of this conversation is about structure. I generally said structure, but that's like those are the hard questions, but that's definitely part of this conversation. It has to be what is the best structure that works. So thank you for elevating those issues. Just want to say it will definitely be part of this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Council President Louis Jen and the co-sponsors for filing this. Just want to give a big shout out to Eric Estevez, Executive Director of the Main Streets, and also just want to, just thank all the Main Street directors out there in the city of Boston. But shout out the ones in my district: El from Greater Ashmont Main Streets, Haris from Bowdoin and Geneva, Marcos Four Corners, Ed in Grove Hall, and then to Council Mejia's point. There are areas within my district that have business districts that don't have main streets, and Carmen Square NDC, Ms. Foreman and Nado have filled that role in Carmen Square, and then over on Talbot Ave in Norfolk Street, Marty and the Boston Project Ministry have filled that role being that main streets, that liaison between the businesses in the city of Boston. I truly believe that every business district should be thriving and being able to attract out-of-towners and create every neighborhood to be a destination. And I think the vehicle that we have is Main Streets in order to do so. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and how we strengthen our Main Streets and our business districts, but also how we look at equity when we're talking about resources and making sure that the investments throughout business districts are enough to make sure that they're thriving and vibrant. Would anyone like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, could you please add Councilor Braden, Councilor Colette Zapata, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Santana, and please add the chair. Docket number 0770 will refer to the Committee on Small Business and Professional Licensure. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0771?
Docket number 0771, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order for a hearing regarding the expansion of Boston pre-K seats and the equitable distribution of city-funded street seats across all neighborhoods.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
President, I first want to start by thanking, I visited the Ellis Early Learning Center last week, and I've spoken at length with the Jewish community in Brighton who are hopeful and want to see expanded seats at their schools. So one of the reasons, I brought this forward at this time because I've been talking in community with those people and those organizations. But as a former early childhood educator for decades, I do applaud the City of Boston's commitment to ensuring that every child has access to high-quality early education, recognizing its critical role in a child's development and long-term success. Boston Pre-K, which many may not know, it was formerly known as Universal Pre-K or UPK, but they did rebrand themselves, is a high-quality public pre-kindergarten program which is funded and administered by BPS, which means it is free to those who get a seat. And it offers a diverse options for children aged 3 and 4 across various settings. If they're not getting a K0 or K1 seat at their public school, their families are hoping that they can get a seat at one of these Boston Pre-K seats. Many times our BPS schools are already at capacity, especially our elementary schools, so they're not able to add seats there. So our community-based organizations, independent schools, and family child care providers have been stepping up to offer space. The program, which I said was rebranded last year, reflects the city's ongoing commitment to providing accessibility to early childhood education to all of our eligible children. A 2023 report by the Boston Opportunity Agenda highlighted persistent gaps in access to quality, affordable early education and care in Boston, noting significant disparities in seat availability across neighborhoods, particularly for infants and toddlers. In 2019, the city announced a $15 million investment to establish Quality Pre-K Fund, aiming to guarantee equitable access to free, high-quality pre-kindergarten for all 4-year-olds, within emphasizing the importance of distributing it across the city. Child care providers across various neighborhoods have expressed a desire to expand city-funded seats, but require clarity on the selection process and assurance of equitable distribution. I believe it's imperative to assess and ensure the allocation of our pre-K seats is conducted with transparent and equitable ways. And I do hope when we hold this hearing, and I believe we will, because I know when they've come before us before, Kristen and her team, they've been very forthcoming. I'm hoping to answer the outstanding questions that I'm hearing from the community, but I also have myself. Understanding the criteria and methodology used to allocate Boston pre-K seats, especially if we're expanding them. Evaluating the equity of the current distribution to ensure all communities have fair access to high-quality education opportunities. I want to identify barriers faced by child care providers in expanding city-funded seats and exploring solutions to support their efforts. Want to gather input from stakeholders, including child care providers, parents, and community organizations that can inform us moving forward in establishing strategies to enhance transparency, equity, and effectiveness in the expansion of our pre-K seats citywide. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the maker, Councilor Murphy, for bringing this forward. I am not a parent, but I do depend on the parent perspectives in my district and my sister, quite frankly, who has a 3-year-old. And I have been having conversations with parents as it relates to a lack of pre-K seats and also how much money they spend. I think the average is upwards of $11,000. Sometimes $28,000 is what people are paying to go to places, and you know what, I'm not going to name them because I don't know that to be true, but some of the commercial spots that are everywhere in Boston are very expensive if parents cannot get their kids into these programs. In my district in particular has seen a baby boom, especially in Charlestown, and while we do have incredible home care providers, the expansion of this program in BPS, as Councilor mentioned, is necessary. And so I think it's incumbent upon all of us to push for that increased funding. And I want to shout out Mayor Wu for expanding this program because she understands how important it is to get that good start as you're beginning on, as the child is beginning on their learning journey. I also think it's important just to ensure that when we're having this conversation, because I remember that there were difficulties around infrastructure and space. Right now in Charlestown in particular, there is really no place to expand this program if we wanted to. So I think the infrastructure component has to be a part of it and try to figuring out solutions for that space issue. So just calling that out, but really look forward to the conversation and want to thank you for putting it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Councillor Murphy, for bringing this forward. I agree with you. I have heard from the Jewish community that they've reached capacity in the 2 facilities that they run in the neighbourhood, and the other facilities has a wait list as well. So I think, you know, when we have our spring Easter egg hunt in the neighbourhood, I don't know where the kids all come from. There's so many little kids. And I do know that many families struggle with the cost of childcare. It can cost as much as college tuition to send a kid to daycare when they're little. So I look forward to the conversation and hope that we can work to expand this really valuable program in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this. As a mom who had to navigate trying to find a place for my daughter to go to at a very limited budget, I know how difficult it is for parents, and oftentimes people have to decide whether or not they're going to keep a job or stay at home. and oftentimes you have to reduce your amount of hours so that you can qualify for vouchers, and it's just really difficult for folks, particularly for low-income families. So I do agree that there is an opportunity for us to increase funding. And I want to go back to something Councilor Coletta Zapata mentioned in regards to infrastructure. I know that during the ARPA funding, our office secured over $1 million to help support and increase more early childhood educators, more for non-traditional hours. And I do think that there is an opportunity, like they say, if they'll build it, they will come, right? I think that there are already a lot of home center-based programming available, and I think that if we can start thinking about how we support those folks and allow them to have a few more seats, I think that that can help with the infrastructure piece of it. So looking forward to having the hearing, and I do want to acknowledge while I'm up here that while our daycare downstairs is not part of the conversation, it also is expensive from what I hear. So I just want to put that on the record that we have our own work to do in the city council, and trying to make sure that folks who work in this building can also afford to send their children to the daycare that we have downstairs.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. It's a very active issue for so many of us here. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Councilor Murphy, for your continued advocacy in this space and your leadership on this issue. And I am a staunch supporter of expanding daycares and early learning opportunities. And I think, in terms of the infrastructure, we could be looking to our public buildings. To Councilor Mejia's point, we do have one in City Hall when we're building new community centers. I think that is a space that we can start taking a look at our own public buildings to see how we can use that to expand some of these daycares or early learning opportunities. I often talk about cradle to career opportunities, and we know that it starts very early on, and as early as we invest in our young people and our toddlers and our infants, we know the outcomes, right? We know the outcomes increase, and it's a road for long-term success. So encouraged and looking forward to this conversation and seeing what more can we do here in the city of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Durkin, Fernandez Anderson, Flynn, Fitzgerald, Mejia, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Worrell. Please add the chair. This docket number 0771, will be referred to the Committee on Education. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0772?
Docket number 0772, Councilors Murphy and Flynn offer the following. Order for a hearing to assess and enhance the accessibility and safety of Boston sidewalks for all residents.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to suspend Rule 12 and add Councilor Pepin.
Councilor Murphy seeks to suspend the rules. Councilor Pepin is the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Pepin is so added. Councilor Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you. And as I think always when I'm filing hearing orders, it comes from being out in the community. And this was already filed, but this morning I did join the Walk the Beat group with our Charlestown seniors, residents, and as we walked this morning, noticing so many of our sidewalk spots that are just dangerous and interfere with the safety of, just having a nice walk around the neighborhood for our seniors and all of our residents is so important. And the City of Boston is committed to ensuring that all public pathways are safe, accessible, and navigatable for every resident, including individuals with disabilities, seniors, and families with strollers. And I do want to reiterate, because I know it often comes up, that it's not just that we're committed when it comes to residents with disabilities. We're federally required to make sure under the ADA laws and others, so working alongside Kristen McCosh and her, the amazing work she does in the Disability Commission will be important for this conversation. In 2021, Boston entered into a consent decree to install or upgrade an average of 1,630 curb ramps per year until all meet ADA standards, demonstrating our commitment to accessibility. The Public Works Department has initiated a sidewalk repair program I know I see it in my neighborhood where I live and others across the city to address damages caused by various factors. Many that I see are tree roots, so we have to deal with planting trees, which is important, but at the same time dealing with, after they're there for many years, that the roots are pushing up the sidewalk, sometimes a few feet up off of the curb, with the goal of maintaining our smooth and safe sidewalks always needs to be followed. Despite these initiatives, challenges such as sidewalk obstructions, inadequate snow removal, and damages from tree roots continue to impede safe pedestrian movement. We have to ensure equitable sidewalk maintenance across all neighborhoods is essential. So I'm calling for this hearing and hoping to get answers that will answer the evaluation of the current state of sidewalk accessibility and safety throughout all our neighborhoods. I want to assess the effectiveness and progress of existing programs, including the curb ramp installation and sidewalk repair program, identify ongoing challenges and barriers to achieving fully accessible and safe sidewalks for all residents, and as always, gather input from our neighbors and our community advocacy groups and experts on pedestrian accessibility to make sure that this conversation is leading us to making sure our policies, and as we enter into the budget season, we know all of these initiatives are going to cost money, but this one definitely needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor Murphy, for adding me as an original co-sponsor, also partnering with Councilor Pepin as well. I know for years the city was under court order, is under court order, to put much of its focus on the handicap ramps to get in compliance with the Americans with Disability Act, which is one of the most important pieces of federal legislation ever enacted, in my opinion. We don't have the luxury to ignore that. Over the years, I have advocated for improvements of sidewalks throughout my district, including Chinatown, the Leather District, South Boston, Bay Village, the South End, Back Bay, other areas as well, whether it's on Broadway in South Boston, L Street, West 4th Street, the Leather District, State Street, Summer Street, Congress Street, Sleeper Street in the Fort Point neighborhood, and the South End throughout Villa Victoria as well, Tremont Street, so many other streets. Let me focus on Chinatown. It's a dense neighborhood with a lot of pedestrian traffic. Needs a lot of work with sidewalk repair and improvement. We have seniors in the community with canes and walkers who try to get their exercise every day. And I'm worried about the uneven surfaces of some of our sidewalks, many of our sidewalks in Chinatown. I know there is money in the capital project budget already allocated for some of these repairs in Chinatown, Congress Street or Sleeper Street. I'm hoping we can get an update at this hearing on the status as well. It's important that our sidewalks are regularly maintained in a state of good repair to ensure accessibility, the safety of our residents, especially our seniors, persons with disabilities. We see families with strollers taking their kids to school. I also want to recognize my neighbor in South Boston, John Provenzano, that has done a lot of work in this field as well. I look forward to this hearing. Thank you, Councilor Earl.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak? Oh, the chair recognizes Councilor Pepin. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. To Councilor Murphy and Councilor Flynn, thank you so much for adding me as the third original co-sponsor. Every week, my office receives a call about a street tree that has broken, elevated, or otherwise altered a sidewalk. There was a recent case in Rosendale, just off of Washington Street, where an elderly woman fell and hurt her jaw because a sidewalk was made unsafe by a street tree's root that erupted through the ground. It isn't sustainable to cover a broken sidewalk with asphalt that breaks a year later anyway. I will say, my district has the benefit of a large tree canopy which provides needed shade and emissions mitigations, so it's important to me that the city adopt not only a fiscally sustainable system of fixing uprooted sidewalks, but also an environmentally sustainable one. Last year, I submitted a hearing order about implementing permeable sidewalk material to be installed where there are tree pits. So I believe that there is a way for us to be environmentally friendly about this without having to get rid of the tree. I also learned that many years ago, certain types of trees were being used that were not good for sidewalks. So I think that we also just have to be mindful of what trees we're using going forward. But I do also want to give a shout out to Julia Campbell from the Streets Cabinet, because she and her team did go out to Rosslyn and did fix that sidewalk and actually improve the conditions tremendously. However, that doesn't defeat the purpose that we have sidewalks in our district that literally, they go flat and then out of nowhere they look like this. And as Councilor Flynn mentioned, you have strollers, people on wheelchairs that can no longer use that sidewalk. So I want to make sure that we do find a creative solution to this while being friendly to our residents, but also friendly to our environment. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? I just want to thank Councilor Murphy, Councilor Flynn, and Councilor Pepin for all your work in this space throughout the years. Would anyone like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, can you please add Councilor Braden, Councilor Coletta Zapata, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Fernandez Anderson, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Santana, Councilor Weber, and please add the chair. Docket number 0772 will be referred to the Committee on City Services, Innovation, and Technology. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0773?
Docket number 0773, Councilor Braden offered the following. Order for a hearing to discuss legalizing mid-rise single-stair housing in the Massachusetts State Building Code.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Braden. Councilor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to add Councillor Durkin as a second original co-sponsor.
Councilor Durkin is so added as original co-sponsor.
I'd also like to add you, Mr. Chair, as the third original co-sponsor.
Councilor Braden seeks suspension of the rules to add Councilor Worrell as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Worrell is so added.
In October, a report focusing on legalizing mid-rise single-stair housing was published by Boston Indicators, which is the research centre at the Boston Foundation, in collaboration with Harvard's Joint Centre for Housing Studies and UTEAL, a Boston-based design firm. The building code mandates 2 separate staircases in mid-rise buildings in order to provide dual egress. But over time, this has become an inefficient use of space, limiting floor plans and reducing housing production, while increasing construction costs. Modern advancements in resilient construction materials and fire prevention practices have rendered the 2-stair mandate outdated. Point access blocks allow for a single central staircase, offering efficient and flexible layouts while providing opportunities for larger, denser unit sizes. This is an approach that has been adopted in countries like Switzerland, Japan, and across Europe, and it is currently being studied or authorised across the country in New York such as in New York and Seattle. The report estimated that legalizing single-stair buildings up to 6 stories could net upwards of 130,000 new units on undeveloped small to mid-sized parcels within 3/4 of a mile of transit in the Greater Boston area. The Massachusetts State Building Code is adopted and amended by the Board of Building Regulations and Standards, and I look forward to inviting the report's authors to discuss ways the City can advocate for and advance the proposal for legalizing mid-rise single-stair housing in Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Braden. The chair again is Councilor Durkin. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm proud to be with Councilor Braden on co-sponsoring this important hearing. It's just so funny. I saw her filing, and I had already written something very similar. So it's very nice to know that me and Councilor Braden are in alignment. The current building code, which mandates 2 separate stairways for buildings above 3 stories, significantly limits housing production, particularly on smaller parcels in Boston's dense, transit-rich neighborhoods. I have one example, 129 Portland Street, where developer Greg McCarthy, who's actually Councilor Coletta's constituent, shared that he had to build a second stair in order to convert an existing building from office to residential in the Bullfinch Triangle. That is really what started me on this path of thinking through how we maybe should amend the building code. We know that the Massachusetts building code is something that gets voted on at the State House. So it is something that we need to lead on, need to have a conversation about, need to endorse. It's also something where we need to bring ISD, the fire department, and the admin to the table to see how Boston can lead on this particular issue. I look forward to robust discussions and insights from the community, public safety officials, and urban planning experts, but it's time that we modernize our building codes to build stronger, more sustainable, and equitable solutions and build more housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Councilor Braden and Councilor Durkin for being co-sponsors on this issue. There are so many different ways to make housing production more affordable, and this is one of them. Updating our building code to allow for single-stair mid-rise housing is a modern step forward. I stumbled upon this issue when I was talking to a developer, and we were trying to get more 3 bedrooms inside of a unit, and one of the barriers to getting that 3-bedroom was the double stairs. I know my district needs this. We have small lots, growing families, and a clear demand for not only family-style housing, but just housing in general. I often hear from developers how design constraints and outdated codes can make or break a project, especially when you're trying to build affordably. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and to updating our building code. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Coletta Zapata. You have the floor.
Very quickly, this is really fascinating, and I love this stuff, and I'm really excited that you all put this forward. I'm not going to add my name to it quite yet, only because I want to understand the zoning implications and what it could mean for what we just created in Plan East Boston. I do think that single-stair housing does encourage high-density building, and it could be a way to combat the affordable housing crisis. I'm happy to hear that you want the fire department there too, because I know in Denver the fire department did have some issues and just making sure that there was enough safety involved, but that can be easily solved with sprinkler systems and all of that. But I'm not going to put my name on it quite yet, just because I want to understand, what the zoning implications are in terms of the FAR requirements that we created in Plan East Boston. But I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Fernandes Anderson, Mejia, Pepin, Weber. Please add the chair. This docket number 0773, will be referred to the Committee on Housing and Community Development. Mr. Clerk, would you please read docket number 0774?
Docket number 0774, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F regarding down payment assistance grants dispersed since 2021.
The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm requesting this information. I have requested it during several hearings through RFIs. I have not got the answers, especially not in the way I'm asking for it now, so just putting it through as a 17F. I do want to see, especially how it has been equitably given out across the city is important to me to find out. So the information I'm asking for is the recipient information with, their full names, the amount, the address that they purchased with the assistance, how much they were awarded, what the eligibility criteria for the grant recipients were, total amount funds, and any changes in program structure over the specified period, and also the number of grants that resulted in successful home purchases. And I know that I've spoken with, the Mayor's Office of Housing, and then a lot of the hearings we have, this body often has hearings and approves funding for our housing crisis across the city, finding out what supports are needed, if any, going forward, and how successful have these new homeowners been able to stay in their house. Unfortunately, we often hear when people, win the lottery or are given a gift, they're not able to keep that purchase that new asset in a way that they can then turn it into intergenerational wealth, which I do believe is the main reason why we're doing these gifts. They used to be low interest, no interest loans. There are now grants, gifts of, maybe even more than $50,000 per person are given money, to put down in a down payment. So looking forward to this information to help advocate for our residents.
Thank you. Council Murphy, suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0774. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, can you please read docket number 0775?
Docket number 0775, Councilor Murphy offered the following. Order requesting certain information under Section 17F regarding youth summer employment opportunities for students of all abilities.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Council Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You probably remember I did file this as a hearing order and have not been able to get it scheduled yet. In knowing that youth job employment is open and our students, all of our students, have been guaranteed a job in the city of Boston for this summer. So this order, these questions will help make sure that I can continue to advocate for all of our students. So guaranteed youth summer jobs, the number of guaranteed jobs specifically allocated for students with disabilities in the past 4 summers, a breakdown of these positions by department and job, clarification on whether or not all of our city departments hosting youth summer workers are mandated to accept students with disabilities, and also any guidelines for our nonprofit participation also. Any policies that departments must follow to ensure inclusivity in their youth employment programs, any oversight if needed on the role of the department overseeing youth employment and promoting and ensuring the inclusion of students with disabilities, information on training, resources, or support provided to departments to facilitate the employment practices. I think that's important also, that if we're expecting all of our city departments, which I hope we already are, that we're also giving them resources if needed. And employment data, the cumulative number of students with disabilities hired through city youth employment programs over the past 4 summers. And like I mentioned earlier, our support to our nonprofits. Many of our students, our youth across the city, are applying to not city departments, but nonprofits that partner with us. So the detailed information on their obligations that they have to provide and any requirements set forth by the city to these nonprofit organizations. So looking forward, there's some other questions I'm looking for, hoping that we can get these questions in in 7 days, like is expected, so that I can help advocate to, like I mentioned when I filed the hearing order, talking with teachers and parents who are working directly with these students, making sure that they have the same opportunities that all of our children have across the city.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, suspension of the rules and passage of docket number 0775. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0776?
Docket number 0776, Councilor Worrell offered the following. Resolution recognizing April as Fair Housing Month in the city of Boston.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to I'd like to add Council President Louis Jen as original co-sponsor.
And so added.
I was going to suspend the rules and add Council Braden, but I believe I have to wait until she comes back.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Boston, I know I've spoken to these stats time and again, but they're worth repeating because they still reflect the truth we're up against. Boston is the 11th most segregated metro area in the country. Only 30% of black families and 17% of Latino families own homes here, compared to 44% of white households. In 2020, black mortgage applicants were denied at more than twice the rate of white applicants. To add that, black home ownership rates in Boston have been declining. And while we've made some progress, more than a quarter of renters in Boston are spending over half their income on housing. Our home prices are more than 6 times the city's median income. The affordability crisis is here and is squeezing our communities every single day. As someone who's worked in real estate and hear from residents across my district every day, I've seen how this plays out. Families priced out of neighborhoods they grew up in, young people give up on home ownership, and longtime residents are struggling to stay. Fair housing is one of the most important tools we have to shift that reality. It's about protecting people from discrimination, but it's also about expanding access to opportunity, stability, and wealth building. That's why we continue to push for things like home ownership vouchers, equitable development, and real accountability. And real accountability means building more family-style housing, creating more income-restricted housing based on neighborhood affordability, stabilizing families through home ownership, and not lifting restricted deeds. Our fair housing laws are not just words, but rights that are enforced and protected. I also want to honor the legacy of the late Bob Terrell, whose leadership laid the foundation for so much of this work, from fair housing enforcement to pioneering zoning reforms that centered equity. And I'd like to shout out the community advocates and organizations who continue to carry that torch. Groups like Action for Equity, Reclaim Roxbury, DSNI, the Chinese Progressive Association, Housing Forward, the HUD Tenant Alliance, MAPC, and so many others who have never stopped fighting for a city where everyone has a fair shot at housing stability and dignity. That being said, I want to move to suspend the rules and ask for passage of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Rao, for filing this. This is an issue that matters so much for the reasons you stated to the entire city, and it's a reason why my office has filed this resolution years past, but also to honor the memory of Bob Terrell, who recently passed away, who championed so much that we still haven't implemented here at the city, which is a gold standard of fair housing, pair testing, in-person pair testing to really root out housing discrimination. It makes a big difference when you have a white applicant go in and a black applicant come in. That's what the in-person gold standard is for pair testing, to test for it happening. He advocated for us to be doing more education campaigns around the illegality of housing discrimination. And so I just wanted to, like you did, Councilor Rao, elevate and remember Bob Terrell, who's listening to us in the whirlwind, who advocated so much for us to take issues of fair housing so seriously. And I believe it was 2 years ago, my office held a hearing on discrimination in appraisals when it comes to buying homes, that when you do that blind testing when it comes to home ownership, you do see active and pernicious discrimination in the home buying market. And so I want to make sure that we recognize the work of Dr. King and all of those who fought for our ability to have these laws that we are that we get to enforce, but we can only enforce it if we're putting money and resources behind rooting out this very real and very pernicious form of discrimination. So thank you, Councilor Rao, for filing, and thank you to all of my colleagues. I know Councilor Santana, he cares deeply about issues of fair housing as well. And so I just want to thank everyone for the collective work that we're doing, not for fair housing, and to continue on the legacy of Bob Terrell. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Collada Zapata, Fernandez Anderson, Fitzgerald, Flynn, Mejia, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber. Councilors Worrell and Louis Jean, suspension of the rules and passage of docket number, and adoption of docket number 0776. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. Mr. Clerk, could you please read docket number 0777?
Docket number 0777, Councilor Worrell offer the following. Resolution in support of Bill Senate 403, an act establishing a special commission to review the adequacy and equity of the Massachusetts School Building Program.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Rao. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to motion to substitute the resolution, just a few minor changes.
Is that motion seconded? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay.
I think it's on everyone's desk.
I didn't get it.
Does everyone have the substitution? Is it stapled?
Yes, it's stapled. It says resolution in support of Bill S-403, an act establishing a special commission. Ron passed it out a little earlier.
Does everyone have a copy? Okay. Councilor Rao, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to add Councilor Mejia as an original co-sponsor.
Councilor Mejia so added.
And I'd like to suspend the rules and add Councilor President Louis Jen as a third original co-sponsor.
Councilor Worrell seeks to suspend the rules to add Council President Louis Jen as a third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, I'm so added. Councilor Worrell, you have the floor.
Thank you. Boston has made important progress in repairing and rebuilding our schools. from new Josiah Quincy Upper School to the soon-to-open Carter School. But the truth is, the current MSBA process doesn't meet the scale of the need we're facing today. It can take 8 years to open one school. For projects like Madison Park Technical Vocational High School, where the city has already invested years of planning and millions in design, being forced to restart the process is not only unfair, it's inefficient. The cost of building a high-quality vocational school in Boston is expected to hit $750 million. And that's not a burden a single district should carry alone, especially when the economic benefits will stretch far beyond city lines. This resolution supports Bill S-403 to create a commission that will review the equity and efficiency of the MSBA and push for solutions like allowing projects to enter midstream, offering direct state aid, or providing flexible financing options for districts like Boston with higher Title I needs. There are other bills up at the State House that are also attempting to address the MSBA funding and process, including S.31A, S.352, or H.739. I read them, and they're all great, but I thought that the Commission could address many of the MSBA issues. Our students deserve safe, modern learning environments, and our city deserves a funding structure that meets the moment. And with that, I respectfully move to suspend the rules and ask for passage of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank Councilor Morrell for adding me. I do appreciate you giving me the mic here, and your leadership in this space, and for bringing this resolution forward. I strongly support Bill S-403 to create a commission to examine and improve MSBA, and in support of Bill S-318. That would increase funding reimbursements because the current Massachusetts School Building Authority process is not meeting the urgency of Boston. It should not take 8 years to build a school. That timeline is out of step with the realities our students face, and it is exactly why I've been so concerned about and continue to advocate on behalf of Madison Park Voc High School. We've already spent years and millions planning to rebuild Madison, but under the current MSBA rules, we were told that we have to start all over. Meanwhile, the students who need these investments the most are being told to just keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. Something that we all have the syndrome of already doing much of that here. But while we're waiting, entire generations are being left behind without the facilities and the equipment or opportunities they deserve. We can't keep asking young people to be patient when the system is clearly not working for them. This bill is about rethinking how we fund and build schools, especially in cities like Boston, where the need is urgent and the stakes are high. A commission to review the adequacy and equity of the MSBA is a step forward towards a system that could be more responsive and flexible. And thank you, Councilor Worrell, for your leadership, and I look forward to my colleagues approving yes today. Thank you.
Thank you. Want to just say that I agree with the spirit and the intent and the letter of this legislation. I think it's incredibly important that MSBA funds be reviewed for equity and also to make sure that we're maximizing what we can get out of it as the city of Boston. So the MSBA does really important work, and I think it's important for us to study it. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be signing on to this. I also want to recognize the MSBA for their incredible work in helping get so many projects off the ground here in Boston. I specifically want to acknowledge the MSBA staff, but also it's overseen ultimately by State Treasurer Deb Goldberg. So I wanted to acknowledge Treasurer Goldberg and her professional team as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please add Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Fernando Anderson, Fitzgerald, Murphy, Pepin, Santana, Weber, Councilors Worrell, Mejia, and Louis Jean. Suspension of the rules and adoption of docket number 0777. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This docket is passed. We are now on to personnel orders, but before we move to personnel orders, would anyone like to add their name to a docket or while they were out of chambers. The chair recognizes Councillor Flynn. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if I was added to 0777. I would like to be added. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, was he added? You got him? Okay, great. Thank you. The chair recognizes Councillor Mejia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to, oh Lord, I'd like to add my vote as a yes, so I need somebody to.
So you want a motion to reconsider the vote? That's right. Oh, was that seconded? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Okay.
0458, I'd like to be registered as a yes vote, please. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have that vote?
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. We are now on to personnel orders. Mr. Clerk, would you please read the personnel orders?
0548. Okay. Personnel orders, docket number 0778, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Weber. Docket number 0779, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Worrell. And docket number 0780, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Worrell.
Thank you. The chair moves to passage of dockets number 0778 through 0780. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The personnel orders have passed. The chair recognizes Councilor Worrell. Is this to add your name to a docket?
To suspend the rules and see if I can add Council Braden on a docket as the original
okay.
co-sponsor.
Right. Okay, so we are returning to docket number
0776.
Right, okay. Returning to docket number 0776 to add Councilor Braden as the third original co-sponsor. Councilor Worrell to suspend the rules, add Councilor Braden as the third original co-sponsor. Seeing and hearing no objections, Councilor Braden is so added.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're now moving on to green sheets. Is anyone looking to pull anything from the green sheets? No? Okay. We are now moving on to late files. I'm informed by the clerk that there are five late file matters, 4 personnel orders and 1 hearing order. We will now take a vote on adding the 4 late file personnel matters onto the record. All in favor of adding the 4 late personnel file matters onto the record say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Those matters are added. Mr. Clerk, could you please read the late file personnel orders into the record?
First, late file personnel order by Councilor Louisiana for office staff. Second personnel order for Councilor Louisiana again for office staff. Third, late file personnel order, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Coletta. And fourth, late file personnel matter, Councilor Louisiana for Councilor Mejia.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Okay, so these, we have to take a vote to add these in support of these late file and in support of these late file personnel orders. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. These late file personnel matters have passed. Can you please read the 5th late file matter hearing order into the record?
Offered by Councilor Aaron Murphy, order for an emergency hearing to address incidents at the Future Boss Youth Jobs and Resource Fair and to reschedule the event promptly.
Thank you. We will now take a vote to add this late file matter into the record. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. This matter has been added into the record. Mr. Clerk, if you could just read a bit more, I think the first and the last clauses.
Whereas the City of Boston is dedicated to providing safe and productive opportunities for youth employment and professional development. And whereas on March 28, 2025, the city hosted the Future Boss Youth Jobs and Resource Fair at the Reggie Lewis Center, aiming to connect young residents with potential employers. Now therefore be ordered that the appropriate committee of the Boston City Council holds a hearing, an expedited hearing regarding the fair and the events that occurred last week.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to apologize to my colleagues. I uploaded a lot of hearing orders and dockets this agenda, and this just accidentally did not get uploaded, and I realized it after 10 a.m., so this is why it's coming through as a late file. So I did switch the wording. Thank you, Alex, for making sure I switched some of the wording to make sure it would be properly before the body. I attended the Youth Job Fair on Saturday, which was exciting when I pulled up to see a lot of people there. I do want to give a shout out. I saw the D7 Youth Advisory Council table there. They were engaging with a lot of great kids and families who were interested in that youth summer job opportunity, and your staff was there, so that was great to see. On March 28th, the city hosted the Future Boss Youth and Job Reef Fair, which I believe it's the second year we've had it there. I went last year also, where it aims to connect residents with potential employers. 4 years now, I have filed a hearing order early on in the year to make sure that we are addressing and breaking down any barriers, knowing especially as this administration is expanding their commitment that every BPS student and kids across the city are guaranteed a youth summer job, and we're also expanding the funding we put into making sure our nonprofits are also able to employ our city kids. So knowing that this fair is a great way to connect kids where they're not just looking on a website but can talk to these potential employees directly. So I do also want to thank all of the employers who showed up, set up their tables, and were there engaged, ready to talk to our kids. Unfortunately, when I walked in, though, there was definitely a different feeling. The event experienced significant overcrowding and insufficient security measures, including what I noticed an absence of any police details. Even when I pulled up, I had to park near the post office past the O'Brien up the street because a lot of, and also a lot of cars were, double parked, and parents trying to figure out where to drop their kids off. So even just for the traffic flow, I do believe I would have expected to see more police details at the event, outside the event also. But this led to the venue security personnel being overwhelmed and reaching out to some of the members that were there asking for help. The incidents resulted in safety risks for attendees, which, as we know, prompted employers to depart midway through the fair to make sure that all participants were safe. I believe it's imperative that we look at any lapses or making sure that permits were pulled to make sure that Captain Hussein and the other police departments were aware, because I know that they would have gladly been present at this event, and they always advocate across all of our community police offices, advocate for our youth to have employment over the summer. So I believe it's also, there's a short timeline of applying for summer jobs. They always say the good ones go first. So I think it's important that we hold this hearing. Hopefully we can find a time, maybe outside of our regular 10 and 2 o'clock slots, which I know are already filled up for many months, to talk to the Youth Job and Resource Fair. I do want to thank the Office of Youth Employment and Opportunity. Yesterday afternoon, they did send out an email, and they did highlight some of the steps they're going to take to try to help make sure that they're connecting to any kids who didn't get an opportunity the other day. Many families and who reached out, and I saw when I was leaving, there was still a line outside the door that hadn't even made it in yet to see any of the potential employers. So looking forward to this hearing, hoping that whatever committee it goes into, if it's post-audit, if it's education, that we do free up a time or make available a slot in a time that isn't usually when we meet, to make sure that we are doing all we can to ensure that our youth get jobs. And hopefully by then I also will have the answers about our students with disabilities, because did not see many, if any at all, at the fair. So making sure that we're also doing all we can to make sure all of our students know what opportunities are out there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was not at this event. I was at an event in a nearby neighborhood on Columbia Road, sponsored by Mamleo, in recognition of mostly women of color police officers. I also know that many of the command staff were also at this event at Manlio, and I know they would have been at the Reggie Lewis Center as well. I do think they provide exceptional leadership, and they act as role models as well, but I think it would be important to include them into this job training program, summer job program at Reggie Lewis Center. I think they have a lot of credibility in the city. I also know that Reggie Lewis Center is not a city agency, but I do think there should be some public safety support, especially traffic enforcement, for residents going to this important youth job fair. I also would like to acknowledge the work that the Boston Private Industry Council does in supporting our youth throughout the city. Maybe it's important for the city of Boston to partner more closely with the Boston PIC, the Private Industry Council, on administrating and managing some of this summer youth employment programs. I think Boston should rely on the PIC for managing, administrating these programs. They have the expertise to do that. Just a suggestion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Madam President. I was debating whether or not I was going to say something, but when am I not the one to speak up and say what a lot of people are thinking? So I'll just say it, is that having worked in the nonprofit sector and working with a lot of parents and organizations, we have to think that, you know, things are going to happen, and sometimes we can't regulate what happens in spaces. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to recognize that there are a lot of nonprofit partners that we can be collaborating with and partnering with to help support. And I think that it's just bigger about whether or not the city was prepared or what the infrastructure was, and whether or not the police, you know, capacity situation. I think that I think this is an opportunity for us to look at outside of our own jurisdiction, outside of our own accountability measures, you know, that there is an opportunity for us to include families and parents in our processes, and an opportunity to call people in, not just out, in regards to these sort of things that happen. And I know that our office has worked in partnership with the Do It Center and other organizations to host fairs, and I know that Councilor Rohrell, as well as Councilor Anderson, I've seen us all do that. And I think that this is a situation where it takes all of us working together to really help support our families and our students meet the moment. And so I am going to ask us to do more of that and create more opportunities for us to also help support getting the information out, creating smaller little fairs to make sure that everyone has access to employment opportunities. And I'll also note that some young people don't feel safe going into certain neighborhoods. So I think that having more regional events and activities, maybe in Hyde Park and Mattapan and Jamaica Plain, and maybe we could be a little bit more targeted in our outreach. So those are the sort of conversations that I really want us to start thinking about and having as we continue to grapple with all of these problems that we are identifying in our work here. Is like, let's think about solutions, let's think about how we can meet the moment in ways that help support and get us to where we need to be. So I'm hoping that as part of the hearing order, we'll have some of those discussions and we'll start thinking outside of the box for this work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've talked to the administration about what transpired at the job fair, and it's great that there's such a burgeoning interest among so many of our young people for summer jobs. I remember attending fairs like this for when I was getting my first job, and those targeted job fairs are happening, and they're happening, and they're going to happen more, and they're going to be school-based, because part of the issue is people from different schools mingling and maybe not mingling in the best way. So doing it school by school is going to be an important part of this approach to sort of get at the fact that more students want to come, working with the PIC officers at the schools to create school-based fairs and to increase the number of school-based fairs, I think, is incredibly important. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have so many questions. I'm not going to pass any ridicule or judgment as to what took place because I wasn't a part of the process of a planning process. So, but I do want to address the youth of Boston. That on behalf of those in charge in the city of Boston and the council. Our apologies for failing you. I don't think that anyone wanted to see this happen. I don't think that anyone goes into planning something for youth with intentions that they're going to be negligent. The fact of the matter is that there's some level of negligence that took place to the degree that there was no capacity for controlling these populations. Coming from, as a youth from the 90s, to Council Mejia's points, there are different territorial issues and issues where we have to be able to properly assess where kids and how we're mixing kids from different areas. But not just that, right? Our youth are old enough that we can speak to them, but there are so many issues and supports and programs and services that we are not necessarily providing for our youth. And then things like this happen, and to the young lady who was hurt, seriously hurt, I am truly sorry. As someone, as a councilor here in the city of Boston, I apologize to you and your family, and I think thank you to Councilor Murphy for filing. I think that we have a lot of work to do, but again, I don't think it was intentional negligence, but nonetheless negligence. And so looking forward to the hearing and conversing further about ideas to hopefully mitigating these potential harms with events like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else looking to speak on this matter? Would anyone else like to add their name? Mr. Clerk, please have Councilors Braden, Coletta Zapata, Flynn, Fernandez Anderson, Mejia, Pepin, Weber. Please add the chair. This docket will be referred to the Committee on Strong Women, Families, and Communities. Mr. Clerk, we are now moving on to the consent agenda. I've been informed by the clerk that there are no additions to the consent agenda. The question now comes on approval of the various matters contained within the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. The consent agenda has been adopted. We are now on to announcements. Please remember that these are for upcoming dates and events. We don't have any council birthdays that I know of, and if so, turn your light on and correct me. But we do have a birthday next week of our very own Councilor Orell, upcoming on April 12th. And I wanted him to be here for me to say this, but he's not. Happy birthday, old man. And I'd also like to wish a very happy birthday to my Chief of Staff, Emily Polston's dad, Larry Polston, who is often a joy in our car rides. And so want to wish Larry a very, very happy birthday. And Mr. Clerk's birthday is April 10th. Yep. So a very, very happy birthday to our own clerk here. We wish you many, many more years of life and health and happiness. Thank you. The chair recognizes, on April 4th at 9:30 a.m., which is this Friday, it's Love Your Block is happening, the 10th annual edition of Downtown's volunteer cleanup event. So we're hoping that folks can show up for the Downtown Love Your Block event this Friday, April 4th at 9:30 a.m. The chair recognizes Councilor Fernandez Anderson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this Saturday, we are hosting the 2025 State of District 7 Community Forum, essentially a town hall for the district. Typically, we have the state of each neighborhood in District 7, so the state of Roxbury. We held the state of Fenway and South End together, and then we were going to do one for Grove Hall, and ran into some difficulties of separating the data from the Dorchester that we do share and the Dorchester that we don't. However, you can join us this Saturday at 2 p.m. at 2377 Washington Street in Roxbury. You'll be joining us for
Please, yes, thank you. So that Councilor Fernandez Anderson can.
current state of District 7, its gaps, priorities, and milestones. Basically, the community will get an opportunity to discuss the current state of things in District 7 and its milestones with its counselor, but as well as meet, and I know this is unprecedented, but as well as meet all potential District 7 candidate race, because it should be an open communication, and it should be totally transparent, and it should be one that the current District 7 counselor should deliver the information of the state of things, because I have the most information, and I am best qualified, obviously, to be able to provide the work and the milestones in District 7. So folks should have a very cordial conversation. So if you don't mind, please join us. And I've invited all at-large city councilors already, and hopefully you'll be there as well for a great conversation on how to improve and make a better District 7 for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Weber. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. A bit of a sad announcement. At Allendale Farm, they have two Scottish Highland steers. It's Willard and Curtis. Willard has died. So at Allendale Farm, they're going to be having an event celebrating Willard's life at 1 p.m. Hope you can join me. I know my kids over at Willard have spent 17 years at Allendale. And over the years, my kids have grown up. Every time we go to the farm, visit with Willard and Curtis, and I know he'll be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Weber. Would any other announcements? Okay. We are now moving on to memorials. Would anyone like to uplift a name of anyone who has passed? I'd just like to uplift the name of Mario Joseph, who's a renowned human rights lawyer who I met in Haiti right after the earthquake, who's just been doing an incredible work around accountability. And he tragically has passed away, and so many in the human rights community are mourning his loss. So I just wanted to uplift Mario and his entire family for the work that they've done for the Haitian community. The chair recognizes Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to acknowledge the passing of Mayra Ortega Camino. She was a BLA graduate, a mother of two, and a fierce fighter. She was also one of my peer leaders when I first went my first job working with young people citywide. She was one of my peer leaders, and an exceptional young woman who was so full of hope and strength, and lost her battle to cancer, and is going to leave a lasting impact here in Boston with her peer group from Boston Latin Academy, her peer leadership family, and her family, and her husband and her two sons. And just wanted to also acknowledge that she is also the sister of one of our Boston Fire Department firefighters, Kenny Ortega. So just wanted to send our condolences to you and your entire family on the loss of our beloved Mayra, who fought really hard and brought everybody on her journey. And so just wanted to name you and honor you and continue to uplift you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilor Murphy. You have the floor.
Thank you. I want to uplift Thomas Doherty from Jamaica Plain, the husband of Nancy Doherty. They were married for over 50 years. I had the pleasure of working with Nancy at the Beethoven School in West Roxbury, and we have stayed very close since. Many of you know all of us know Thomas's daughter, Julianne Doherty, who is the director of the LGBTQIA2S director here at the City of Boston. So just want to send love to their family, let them know that we're thinking about them. I also want to thank Commissioner Santiago. He will be going tomorrow night to the wake to give remarks for his military honor ceremony, so I appreciate that he will be there for that. I just want to let Julianne and Nancy and their family know that we're thinking about them.
Thank you, Councilman Murphy. I'm not sure if you said this, but he was also served for over a decade at the City of Boston's Retirement Department as an IT specialist. So I just want to make sure that we also just remember him for the service that he gave to this city and pray for Julianne Doherty Lee and her entire family during this moment of mourning. Would anyone else like to adjourn in memory of anyone? Today we'll adjourn our meeting in memory of the following individuals. On behalf of Councilor John Fitzgerald, Eve Goldberg. On behalf of Councilor Mejia, Myra Ortega Camino. On behalf of myself, Mario Joseph. On behalf of Councilor Murphy, myself, and the entire Boston City Council, Thomas S. Doherty, father of Julianne Doherty Lee. A moment of silence. The chair moves that when the council adjourns today, it does so in memory of the aforementioned individuals. The council is scheduled to meet again in the chamber next Wednesday, April 9th at 12 noon. Thank you to my colleagues, central staff, the clerk in the clerk's office, and the council stenographer. All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. The council is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.